State University. That is, by the way, in Kentucky. I had to Google it to find out. Alongside his wife Maggie and their two little ones, they operate the Ambergris Genetics. It's a program that's dedicated to developing the next generation of leaders while raising show sheep that can compete at every level. With an extensive resume that includes judging major stock shows and state fairs across the country, Jordan is honored to play a small role in the tradition of the Nebraska State Fair. We appreciated all his thoughts and comments yesterday, and we welcome him back once again today as we kick it off with our Market Lamb Show. Now over on the sheep side, this is Class 1 Whiteface Influence Market Lambs. They will weigh from 113 to 132. There'll be two classes for our Whiteface Influence.
Well, good morning over here on the sheep side of things, and I thought the showmanship side yesterday and your female show was absolutely incredible, and it goes without saying. Today on Sunday on the Market Lambs brings much anticipation on my end to once again work with an incredible group of livestock, but most importantly, a phenomenal set of kids. And, if you were kind of shaking the cobwebs out of your head to wake up, we're wide awake out here in your white face influence breed because I think we've got a group of 5 individuals that not only represent the breed, but I commend the youth for finding white faced influence sheep that are all athletic in their shape. Their skin, touch, and handle quality and muscle is absolutely to the nines. And then I think we find a top pair that just kind of fit the bill for a modern day show sheep. But we've got a class winner that, at least in my standards, I think once we, I've been having to give myself a little attitude check for 2 days on this halter situation. And I think once we push that to a side, we got a game changer not only for the breed, but I think for show sheep in general, because I think once you state that this thing is acceptable in terms of his build and his look and his skeletal system, this thing's a man-child in his shape and his muscle. He's got a rear leg with the right kind of angle, and this booger knows how to get out and bounce and bend it to show everybody he's a sheer athlete. This thing can blend muscle, good looks, and a flexible skeleton. If we can do that in every class, this might be one of the better state fairs in the country, but I can promise you that's a hard thing to do. That one in second now, I thought when this one came in with that kind of head carriage, that kind of neck posture, and that kind of streamlined look from the side, I thought that one's going to be the one to turn. His problem for me lies in his inability to remain strong in his spine throughout his body. As the driveway's on, he wants to naturally relax his spine, and that could be at a consequence that he's a fraction too long-bodied. I just need to modify him in terms of his length to height relationship as well, just to enhance his proportionality from the side. The one here in 3 is a modern-day white sheep that excels in his touch, skin, handle quality, and feature. I guess picking on this guy, I'd like to lengthen out his hip posture, shorten his blade to give him the same caliber look from the side that we have in that initial top pair. Commend the young man for finding a white sheep that is masculine in his masculine traits where they need to be. The piebald sheep out here in 4 is very deceiving, and I wanted to run this guy up as high as I could because he is unique in the fact that his handle quality is unrivaled. He might be actually the biggest loin out of your top initial grouping, but also with that being said, I don't know if he's handling all that width and capacity in a tidy enough manner. I need to modify him in terms of his look and build from the side. If length and extension are your things and you wanted to size these things out, I think we can move this particular white-faced sheep up a placing or 2. For me, I just need to bring this one up at a higher degree of levelness. I just need to stouten this one up at the surface as well. Great top 5, excellent top pair, a heater of a class winner to start your day.
Congratulations to our first class, Class 1 of Whiteface Influence Market Lambs. Your results include purple ribbon winners to Ansley Woltman from Box Butte County, Stetson Bomberger from Scottsbluff County, Preston Bobenmeyer from Red Willow County. Second purple will go to Jalen Clement from Saunders County, and first purple is to Mara Crow from Seward County. Class number 2 is now entering the ring. Class number 2 of Whiteface Influence Market Lambs will come in from 135 to 155.
Well, as we continue out here in your white-faced influence breed without any surprise, we start continuing as well in quality. And, maybe not numbers were as deep that we've seen in that lightweight class, but I still think we find some athletic, shapely, masculine type of white-faced sheep that still are youthful in their design and athletic in their shape and belong in the show ring setting. I thought for me it was kind of an outlier within this particular setting to go ahead and find one that kind of looks like this for this one's breed. Guys, when you can make a white sheep that has this kind of silhouette and this kind of exotic look about him, and still be shapely enough in terms of his back shape up high, it's going to be a very, very fun day for Jordan. Picking on this guy, you got to ask yourself and kind of look and analyze further what his rear leg is doing. Is it assembled right? Is it coordinated enough in a relationship to his upper portion of his skeleton? We'll analyze that later on in your overall drive, but elite class winner in this particular setting. To me, if you wanted to jumble these things up the rest of the way, I can listen to that sales pitch all day. I thought the added shape and width and just masculine feature and back shape of this one in second was enough quality to go ahead and put him in that top duo. I know he's not good enough in terms of his chest and blade. I know he needs to take a bigger step off of the front half of his body, but when there's contemporaries below him that maybe doesn't have outlying and far-reaching pieces that can do the same, I'm going to go ahead and choose to use his extra muscle and width to go ahead and get him in that top duo. The one that rivals your class winner is my young man in third, directly in front of me, because just in terms of rib cage and body shape alone, he is neat in terms of his cage. He's shallow-chested and good and swoopy in terms of his belly. He's just not as shapy and bubbly in terms of his muscle to go ahead and move him on up any higher. 4 and 5, length and extension options. The better handling, bigger muscle one lays here in 4. I think this one's big loin and big backed, and I dig those things about him. He's just a fraction more vanilla in terms of his look, carrying too much weight in his heart and chest plate for me to move him on up any higher. I think from an extension and length of body standpoint, young lady brings us a market-oriented type view that needs to be commended on. I just didn't think that one's levelness degree and hip posture and rear leg assembly was enough to get him up in the top 4 grouping. Good class of kids, a phenomenal group of livestock as well. Congratulate all those kids on the heavyweight white-faced class.
And congratulations in Class 2 as we bring our first and second purples back in for your selection of your champion white-faced influence. Purple ribbon winners out of Class 2 go to Kaisley Hunke of Cumming County, Arabella Rolfsmeyer from Buffalo County. Third purple is going to Eldridge Howard of Scotts Bluff County. Second purple is to Daphne Yadlichka of Colfax County. And first purple goes to Kate Pieper of Scotts Bluff County.
Well, our first division drive is the white-face influence breed. And if you're just joining us, it's been absolutely amazing thus far. And, if you're sitting around and drinking your coffee, you can't have any much more excitement than you possibly could have to get two class winners at a state fair level in this particular breed that looks like this. And still, we saw some seconds in those respective classes that pushed the envelopes, maybe just came up short in a couple different areas. That lightweight one just kind of set the standard for me and still does, just in terms of what masculine quality livestock that are still show sheep and athletic needs to look like. The biggest hang up on me is something internally. Am I going to use something with the halter? And I hope I don't set a trend for that today, but one that comes out here and demands the ring like he does, is still high-headed. He is fat-backed and big-ended and still keeps those masculine traits alive at the ground. He is dominating in terms of his impression of his chest width coming at you and his hock width going away. He isn't the shallowest chested one out here. There's another one out here that's maybe a freakazoid in that. But when you start studying everything that this guy brings to the table, I think he's a pretty neat critter. He got pushed by one that maybe is similar in terms of his feet and legs and foundation quality and width. He gets easier in terms of his back. He's a little longer in terms of his length of body. It gets a little easier in regards to his spine as well. Just need to strengthen that one up in terms of the way he's assembled from front to rear. The freak show of the class, if you will, is this one directly in front of me from the side. I'm all about that one. He's got a head carriage that can lick the lights, if you will. He is straight backed. His chest and sternum is up in his nostrils, and still he's got a big swoopy belly. He's not as big as backed as that lightweight class winner. He's not as big as hipped as that lightweight class winner. But if we can have class winners that sit down there and prop up like that, that virtually run uphill in relation to the show ring surface, it's going to be a dang good day. To me, his big problem is when we start making these hard decisions is what that rear leg's doing. His hip angle isn't right, and that's enabling that rear leg to just come up under himself just ever so slightly when you get him on the go. You got to ask yourself where you're going to set your standard on that today. But there's another one out here that also has maybe some mobility issues. So you just got to weigh out the positives and find the negatives that you can live with. But that comes from my reserve champion decision. It's pretty easy. I think there's an outlier for me when it comes to your champion, your young lady that's going to be showing your lightweight's going to be that. Have that for me today. We'll spend a little bit more time and grab you a reserve in third. I can't make very many promises. Well, one thing that I'm convicted in myself is to, one, pick the ones I like and try to do the best job I can to show you what's on my mind when it comes to making these challenging decisions, because as parents and breeders and showmen, I think that's justified. Obviously, it's going to come down between the two directly in front of me for reserve and third. There's one that's my speed in terms of its look and build. There's one that follows your champion in terms of type and kind. Both have some inabilities in terms of what I'd like to adjust as far as how they operate on each end of their skeleton. Got to stick to your convictions. My second favorite's going to be the one out of your heavyweight division. We're going to use that lightweight for your third out speckle. Congratulate all those exhibitors. Good job.
And our congratulations, your champion, Whiteface Influence, Samara Crow from Seward County. Reserve will go to Kate Pieper from Scotts Bluff County, and third place goes to Jalen Clement from Saunders County. In the ring now is class number 3. This is all other purebred market lambs. Your champion in reserve will come out of this class.
Two weathers out here in your all other purebred division, and there's variations obviously in type and kinds and breeds, but I still think they're similar in terms of being good representatives for this division. I think we find one that's pretty much an outlier in this respective division. I think much like we're trying to do throughout the rest of the day and prior classes so far, we find a wether that combines muscle and width and feature and stoutness and still in an attractive and athletic enough manner. Very comfortable to go ahead and label that an easy class winner. I think the Dorper Influence sheep is one that is an outlier for that one. It's breed just in terms of length and extension. Picking on that guy, I'd like to maybe bust him apart in terms of his forerib and give him a fraction more back shape, but that's getting ultra critical on a whether for the young man that's got some handle quality, some look about him, and can get out and move with the best of them. Congratulations to those two kiddos.
And congratulations over in the sheep ring. Your champion all other purebred went to Elena Wagner from Dodge County. Your reserve champion all other purebred is to Ryan Blake from Gage County. As we continue on with the Market Lamb Show, these is going to be your Dorset Market Lambs. These Market Lambs away from 125 to 150, and your division champion and reserve will come out of this class.
Foundational aspects of what breeding females need to be, and the durability comes into play there. Realize we do need a prettier front end and the front part of her skeleton there. The young man's red doe is long body.
Don't forget, 4-Hers, the red cards are here. This red card gets you a scoop about the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, and you receive a free scoop on us at the State Fair 4-H building when you scan that QR code and fill in the information, and then show somebody like right here, Dr. Van Overbeck, and she will punch the corner, and then that gets you the opportunity for that free scoop of ice cream. So be looking for that card.
This was the only class of Dorsets, right? Okay. Yeah, it has to be. A group of 4 Dorsets, and so obviously our champion in reserve will be highlighted out of his respective classes. And, I think we've got 5 individuals that are very deserving and very fun to sort through and find those 2 Dorsets that are going to be representing your breed later on in the Supreme Drive. I'm very comfortable with your champion. There's some discussion to be had between a pair of them for reserve, but I thought your champion does what we've, been trying to find throughout 2 days now, is just finding the one that is the highest quality. He's the biggest and boldest out of the backside of his shoulders, and still I think that's the story of himself for being a masculine animal that's still athletic in terms of his movement and also his athletic shape going down through the top side of his body. He isn't the geekiest in terms of his chest plate, but I think everything fits. I dig his body weight distribution. His length to height relationship is in check. I just think a very, very good Dorset sheep that checks a lot of boxes in terms of muscle, width, stoutness, and with enough good looks from the side. Congratulations on your champion, Dorset. Like I said, the discussion for me was what's going to be reserved. The one in the third hole is more my speed from the side, and it rivals your class winner. The hesitation for me, the one here in second, I thought if you start weighing things out, brought the totals up together and had the most positive attributes. I dig this thing's back shape. It is mongo big. It is big and gnarly when you get inside of his body. He, too, is a fraction deep from chine to chest. I just thought he was pretty unique in terms of how he handles his width and just added masculine antagonistic traits, and it's still good looking enough package. That one, like we said here in third, guys, this is my speed from the side. He is tall-shouldered. He is geeky in terms of his front-end design. He is arrogant and cocky and all those fancy adjectives that the cool kids know how to do to describe a modern-day show sheep. He just needs more muscle. He's not big enough hipped. He's not gnarly enough stifled to give him that enhanced look from the side. Really, really excited when the young lady said that she was going to be driving this horn Dorset on the green chips at Louisville, because I think he could be very competitive once we start comparing apples to apples and the horn Dorsets against the horn Dorsets, because for him, his added shape and feature and just masculine traits is very, very unique. He is big-backed, he is big-ended, and he's got a rear leg that knows how to bounce and bend with the best of them. Comparing those to the pole Dorsets ahead of him, just gets a fraction deep and maybe nondescript in terms of his look from the side. But very, very exciting to see what that one does come November. The polka-dotted piebald Dorset sheep's going to be rounding out your top 5. Young man does an excellent job showcasing this one. Length and extension, I think, is in that guy's favor. Just need to broaden that one up from top to bottom. Good class, excellent champion Dorset on top.
As we continue on, we're now into Class 5. These are Hampshire market lambs. There'll be a single entry out of Class 5, weighing in at 98 pounds. Here's your results coming out of Class 4 Dorset market lambs. Purple ribbon winners include Remington Rossmeyer from Buffalo County, Arabelle Rossmeyer from Buffalo County. Third purple goes to Lee Lambert from Dawes County. Second purple, and your reserve champion is Ansley Woltman from Box Butte County, and your champion Dorset exhibited by Natalie Wagner from Dodge County.
a single entry out here to start your Hampshire division, and I think a very, very good way to do so. I think a single entry that no doubt can definitely welcome some competition, because I think his build and skeletal system allows him to go ahead and have a very bright future for the young man. I think that one's built right. That one's shapely up high. I think with some time and feed and maturity, that added bulk and dimension will come. Congratulate this young man as he exits the ring. A very good Hampshire to start your day.
Congratulations, single entry out of Class 5. Blue ribbon winner goes to Stetson Dodds of Holt County. Class number 6 will be entering the ring in our Hampshire Market Show. These Hamps will come in from 105 to 128.
Class 2 out here in your Hampshire division, as we start increasing in weight, it's challenging, but it's also very fun because, there's some decisions to be had. There's some trade-offs, especially up here once you find the top trio. We've got 5 of these things that highlight muscle and shape. Then we got a trio of them that I thought were the better built ones out of the grouping. And then I think we find the class winner that not only is the better one in terms of his skeletal system, he also comes with the fewest problems. And I think once we look past his blemishes and maybe put presentations out to the side and call everything a wash, he's the best piece of livestock in my mind in this particular setting. There is absolutely some that has more muscle, and that's his flaw. I wish he just had that same kind of shape and expression on the backside of his stifle, and if he did, I think we could call him an easy class winner. But it's this particular viewpoint impression that tells me that I need to go ahead and stick to my convictions that this one, in terms of his rib cage, his body, the depth from the top of his back down to the bottom portion of his chest plate, and how that forerib sits on the lower portion of his scapula, he virtually runs uphill in relation to the show ring surface, and still he throws open one of the bigger backs in this particular setting. It's your judgment call if that thing just opens up on the top side of his hip with enough spread and bulk, and I'll be honest, he doesn't for me, but in terms of just weighing everything out, I think he blends the quality of the group with the least amount of problems. The one here in second that has the most far-reaching pieces is my guy's chromed up weather here directly in front of me. He is the biggest backed in the class. He is the biggest hipped in the class. And just in terms of having a bold rib cage, he's one that we've been trying to find for 2 days. He is the roundest in terms of his body. He is the neatest in terms of his handle quality as well. His problem for me lies in his inability on how that rib cage lies between either end of his body. His hip gets short, a shoulder blade gets long, and I think that gets highlighted watching this particular weather move around the ring. He comes restricted off of his step, off of his front end of his body. He wants to have some hesitation on how he motors off his hind two as well. Just need to loosen this guy up and construct his hip angle as well as his shoulder length to enable him to be a sound, structurally correct animal. The one here in third, market use is really not my thing, but I'm telling you, I think she can hang with the boys any day of the week because her muscle, her shape, and her freshness and athletic build can give them all they want. I think she could have gave them all they want yesterday in the breeding side as well. Her feet and legs are incredible. Her back shape and hip posture is second to none. Out of your top trio, she's the most jammed up and conventional in terms of her look up front. Not only that, I think she's the most vanilla in terms of her look from the side, but from a one-dimensional standpoint, from this view right here, I think she might be the outlier of the class just in terms of width and shape alone. Congratulations to that young lady. Then no doubt probably the trendy weather in fourth is going to have a lot of fans from the side and online because he too was one that rivals your class winner just in terms of build, look, and silhouette. His feet and legs are incredible. He's got a head carriage like we've tried to find on those aesthetically pleasing show sheet for 2 days. There's not enough back shape in this guy. There's not enough muscle in this guy. And simply put, there's not enough width coming and going to go ahead and trump those trio that possesses the same kind of look and build with that added shape and muscle that we're trying to find. If you wanted to blindfold the class and pet them and touch them and then just handle quality these things out, we can run with this guy every day of the week because he is lean, shapely, and high cut ability. In terms of the show ring setting, I found him the deepest and plainest in terms of his look, and he's the most problematic in terms of his ability to get out and handle his rear leg as well. Guys, that was a very, very fun class. Quality ran all the way down. Congratulations to all those kids.
Our next class to enter will be class number 7 of our Hampshire market lambs from 133 to 144. Here's the results coming out of class number 6. Blue ribbon winners include Laura Stitt of Seward County, Blaine Cavan of Saunders County. Purple ribbon winners, Tyson Schroer of Buffalo County, Jalen Clement of Saunders County. Jason Kirshner of Lincoln County is third purple. Second purple will go to Crew Freeland of Saunders County. And first purple is to Preston Bobenmeyer of Red Willow County. Again, in the ring now is class number 7. There is one more class after this, and then your champion Hampshire will be selected.
Well, if you were busy eating breakfast or here physically, or if you're finding other things to do, wrapping up chores online, and you're just tuning in, the white-faced crosses were absolutely game changers for that breed. I thought we saw some Dorsets and Hamps that were fun already this morning. But if you've been bored up till now and you're just tuning in, you better check your pulse a little bit, because not only this class kept coming in and we tried to pull them on an initial sort, then we kind of had to readjust my game plan, because I think we pulled 5 or 6 of these things just in terms of having those aesthetically pleasing things that show sheep need to have, in my opinion. I think the top 5, top 6, I said, all came in with high heads, big muscles, and rear legs that know how to bounce and bend and become athletic show sheep. My hat's off to everybody in Nebraska. Honestly, that was cool for me to see, because that's something that a guy doesn't get to see every time they lace up the shoes and grabs the cordless microphone. And I visited with the ladies, not to get long-winded, but for the first time in 2 days, every one of these exhibitors in this class received purple ribbons. I thought that class was this good. The top 5's the best that we've seen, and we've got a class winner that's an absolute animal. I think if you study this thing from about every angle, he screams one of the elite show sheep means, at least to me. It doesn't have to mean that for everybody, but I guess I get the honor and choice to spend the 2 days here at the Nebraska State Fair and share my opinion. Why I think that one's valuable is for those reasons that we said. Simply put, not to waste any time. When you can walk in and kind of have that kind of dominant Brian Urlacher width underneath yourself, and still have one of those head carriages that can hit his noggin on the ceiling fan, and still being so well organized from top to bottom and end to end, and still being one of the fattest and boldest in terms of his muscle shape, and so being unorthodox in terms of his antagonistic traits, in terms of how he's built from the side. That's a fun show sheep, at least in my opinion. And taking nothing away from 2 through 5, simply put, I always hate when a guy says this. This is the best second-place sheep that we've seen in 2 days, young lady. And I'm a big fan of this one. I believe you were one of the first ones that come trotting into the ring, and I thought the whole Hampshire division was over. Because when you can have that kind of presentation, that kind of handle quality, that kind of skin, that kind of freshness, that kind of back shape, his touch goes touch for that one that we just described. I just didn't think he had enough far outlying pieces that we have in your class winner. But I'm telling you, that thing from a look and build standpoint's in the same sentence. That thing from a movement and handle quality is in the same sentence. Just doesn't have that manly shape and expression from top to bottom and end to end. Simply put, I think you can fit that guy inside of our class winner. But that's a very, very good representative to come out and push that one for your class winner in contention for your Hampshire honors. I thought the one here in third rivals your class winner just in terms of his underline progression, his length to height relationship. He's got that added swoop to his belly that we find in your class winner. He's shredded open out of the backside of his shoulders like his class winner. I just thought his problem lied in his inability from the back half of his body. If you study his hip and hind leg posture, it's wants to round on the backside of his upper hip. I'd like to make his rear leg more stable. If we could modify this area here to become more symmetrical and vertical, I think we could have a whole different show sheep that we could push your class winner. Young lady, I'm a big fan of that one. Just minor tweaks. Any other class, I think we'd be making bold statements. Congratulations to you, young lady. Love this guy. And I know I sound like a broken record, but this is a very, very good fourth-place sheep, young man, and I know you didn't load up to Grand Island, Nebraska to be fourth in the Hampshire division with this guy. He doesn't have enough muscle like we find in those 3 we just discussed. But, man, his look, his build is out of this world, and that's something I dig, and I dig at a high level. But when we have a trio that are very, very similar in terms of their build and look, that has the far-reaching pieces that they have, I had to make the choice, and he has to go fourth for me today. I'm sorry, but I like that guy a whole bunch. The one here in fifth is going to round out your top 5, and I thought he was very, very deserving because he's got a feet and leg skeletal system and a foundation quality that is absolutely superb. His toes are short, or his pasterns are at the right angle in relation to his hock. And once you watch that guy bounce and bend and float around the ring, it is like poetry in motion, for a lack of better terms. I like that guy at the ground. Ultimately, he just becomes, he wants to play out in terms of the quality he brings to the side. He's flatter and nondescript in terms of his overall blueprint. We got a 6-place sheep that's shapely and masculine in terms of his handle quality. Just need to stouten that guy up in his foot size. Not only that, I need to bust him out in his cage. We're going to round out your top 2 that I commend the youngsters for being bringing projects to the Nebraska State Fair that are fresh and shapely. I think build and movement prevent them from moving on up any higher. Guys, that was the best class maybe that we've seen. I no doubt that we've seen today and yesterday, maybe the best class at a state fair that I've seen in 3 years. Congratulations to all those kids.
And congratulations to our Class 7 Hampshire Market Lamb exhibitors. Purple ribbon winners include Elizabeth Skavinsky of Valley County, Tenley Upson of Buffalo County, Jackson Stitt of Seward County, Michael Lonkey III of Lancaster County, Parker Bobenmeyer of Red Willow County. Third purple will go to Lindy Philham of Scottsbluff County. Second purple is Josie Johnson of Lancaster County. And first purple goes to Miles Birch. Congratulations of Butler County. In the ring now is our final class, a Hampshire Market Lambs. These lambs will weigh from 145 to 158. At the conclusion of this class, your champion Hampshire, reserve champion Hampshire, will be selected.
well, as we end the heavyweight Hampshire class, very, very challenging. And I'll always encourage you guys to root for your favorite showman, your favorite sheep, your type and kind that you like, because you can find every flavor, size, shape, mold, and dimension in this class, especially in the top 5. And that's probably why I had to work and take a little longer to figure out how I wanted these things to look. I think the top 5 are absolute, very, very good show sheep. Then we got a group of 6 through the rest of them that are high quality, and the youngsters did a great job of prepping those for the Nebraska State Fair. You know, once we find the top 5 of athletic show sheep, we've got a trio of them that just kind of push the envelope in terms of bringing the extras to the table. They're youthful show sheep that are shapely and muscular, but still in terms of what they need to look like from the side, I think they all have some of those antagonistic attributes that we've been trying to find. And I had to pump the brakes, obviously, because I think every one of them has issues that we have to be able to live with if we're going to choose to use them up this high. And I'm going to show you what's on my mind. The class winner, I know I've said before, you can obviously change all of them, but I think this one comes with the fewest problems. To me, that one, and when we start studying them at their natural state, is the most comfortable. That one's the loosest hinged. Not only that, I think that one's the outlier in terms of this initial viewpoint from the side. He is wild in terms of having his chest plate and sternum and shoulder laid the best in him. His head carriage is the highest. His front end is assembled and organized in a tidy, efficient, and clean manner. And still, you see how that progressively gets wider into one of the bigger upper hips and loins that we've got in this class. I'm here to tell you, out of the top 3, he is very, very much a distance third in terms of shape and muscle, and I'm okay with that because he is big and broad in terms of his back. He is wide at the ground. He's not as clean and shapely back, young lady, as these two below you, but it's the muscle that he does possess that is very intriguing. But ultimately, why he wins is how he possesses that muscle and how it's organized on the best skeleton of this class. The one here in second is the combination sheep. That one combines muscle with a good enough look. I didn't think his hip was long enough. I didn't think his shoulder was tidy enough. And in a class where we find a class winner that has a longer hip and tinier blade, I elected to keep my priorities in check. But guys, that's a shapely back. That's a big old loin and a big old caboose. And a unique component on this guy, young lady, is he's got a rear leg that knows how to bounce and bend with all the muscle that he does possess. Just need to fix his endpoints of his body, specifically the length of his shoulder and how it sits in the relation to his upper hip. Honestly, I had this one as my class winner from time to time, and says that it could rival that class winner in the previous class just in terms of muscle, width, and shape. He's got a gnarly big back, young lady, and a fat loin and a big old upper hip. Consequently, he's built like he does. As we round out your top 3, he's the deepest and plainest. He's the broadest about his shoulder. But most importantly, I know we're trying to hide it with that flank and belly roll, he's the most unpractical about his flank. But ultimately, why he's in third for me, I need to see him more stable and more organized off of his rear leg. The young lady comes in fourth, and I love this guy from a handle quality aspect. He's round-bodied. He's shallow-chested. He, too, needs to be modified in terms of how he uses his hip and hind leg. Most importantly, I need to correct him how he ties on the upper portion of his shoulders and how that neck sits on the upper end of that guy's skeleton. Young lady in fifth is showing one that is in vogue in terms of aesthetically pleasing characteristics. He's got a rear leg that's appropriate. He's high-headed. He's straight-backed, and he's big-ended. Just need to see him have the ability to get out, maneuver, and act like a show sheep trotting around the ring. Guys, an incredible class, a very, very challenging class. Pick your poison. There was one of every kind in there. The better built one that can move wins for me.
We're going to get them organized ringside, bring them back in for the selection of your champion and reserve champion, Hampshire Market Lamb here at the Nebraska State Fair. Here's your results, though, coming out of class number 8. Blue ribbon winners will include Landon Steinbach from Dodge County, Natalie Wagner, Dodge County, Tenley Upson from Buffalo County, Catherine Rasmussen, Buffalo County, Blaine Cavan from Saunders County. Purple ribbon winners include Jordan Mussel from Gage County, Lexi Fillingham from Scottsbluff County. Third purple will go to Allison Vavrchek of Colfax County. Second purple is to Chanley Crow from Seward County. And your first purple, congratulations to Asa Andrew from Nemaha County. Again, now it is a selection of your champion and reserve champion, Market Hampshire.
That's a fun Hampshire division, folks. And, you know, it's fun because you never know what you're going to expect. You know, obviously, I visited with the staff. I think it's been 10 years ago since I did the FFA portion here in Grand Island, and I thought it was a very, very competitive show. But I know for a fact that I didn't have the same impression that I have in this Hampshire lineup, and on even into the U side yesterday that I had 10 years ago. And that's that's a testament of everything, all of us, right? Agriculture in general, the youth, the sheep breeders. So that's a team effort. So hats off to all of us here, the kids, the parents, the breeders, but most importantly, the state fair for progressing, because, I do a lot of these things, and that's a true testament of you guys, because if we can keep progressing in quality and keeping the youth engaged, that's a good day for you guys at State Fair. Hampshire Drive, let's get to decision time. It was fun. Honestly, didn't expect to see a front row of these things that kind of look like this, and a set of seconds that pushed them for reserve. Your class winner in your lightweight division, last rib forward, epitome of a killer-built animal. That one's a wild rib cage. He is geeky in terms of the front half of his body. His chest is up in his pole of his head. He's short-bladed. He's big-backed. Like I said, the judgment call in that class, are you going to allow one that maybe isn't big enough hipped to go ahead and beat the one over there that is just monster-backed and mongo wide and obnoxious upper hip? That was the judgment call. You can flip-flop that. I elected to go with the better-built one with enough muscle. Obviously, the man-child in terms of shape and muscularity lies in the second hole. The class of the 2 days came out of this middleweight division, and, I said there was 5 of them, 6 of them I vividly remembered that came in, and we pulled right away for what they were. They were athletic show sheep that came in virtually running uphill, that had a bunch of muscle, that had the right kind of hind leg utilization. We worked to find the top 5, then we find a top duo I just thought were about as elite that you can get at a state fair level, but we find one that just kind of walks and talks that class, and especially for the guy grabbing the microphone today, when you can find something that, it's very easy if you're on the outskirts here or even online to say, you can get caught up in his muscle. You can get caught up in his width. I'm caught up in that thing's build, because when you can be that wide underneath and have this viewpoint, to have that kind of back shape and spread up high and still being so wide and stout and open up in his center body and progressively get neater and tighter up front. If you study the relationship between his lower shoulder, his sternum, the middle portion of his belly, this flank, his rear stifle joint, and the way his hock bends and sits in relation to his upper hip, I don't care what animal or what species you're showing, that's the epitome of a well-built animal, and still he's overwhelming in terms of his muscularity. But most importantly, it was my job, and I just had to keep everything in check. Does he handle all that width? Does he handle all that outlying and far-reaching pieces in a sound, flexible manner? That's one of my favorite viewpoints, honestly, is seeing that guy bounce and bend out here on the dirt. That one there in second, I know it's probably pretty cheesy to say, if that man of a class winner wasn't here, we'd be making bold statements on that guy, because, like I said, that one's skin, hide, handle, and presentation is off the charts. He is just as big-backed and good touching as that class winner, and he can paint just as good as a picture from the side. Didn't know if his neck was just out there long enough. Didn't know if his shoulders was just absolutely tidy enough to go ahead and beat that one, but that's a very, very elite one from a multitude of different aspects. This heavyweight class was hard. There wasn't one that just came in and said, I'm here to win. But I had to find them, and I found this one, and I think he follows suit very, very respectively. He is one that is just the biggest scaled out here. He's one that is the highest headed. He fits in terms of back shape, maybe not as out there as those 2 we just discussed, but the volume of back he does have, the volume of rib, and his width fits his flavor. He's not as shaped up. He's not as shredded in terms of his shape, but that's a well-built booger that can get out and take an excellent silhouette and picture from the side with any of them. Handle quality, big muscles over there. Just need to modify that one in terms of each end of his body. Guys, this Hampshire deal was fun. I am so pumped up to be here. I'm excited to go through the rest of the breeds. Very easy decision for me to go ahead and find your champion Hampshire. We'll spend a little bit more time on your reserve. Congratulations to the kids. Excited to work through your guys' rest of your show.
We're now welcoming in Class 9 to the ring. These will be your natural color market lambs, weighing 113 to 122. Congratulations, your champion Hampshire, exhibited by Miles Birch of Butler County. Reserve champion goes to Josie Johnson from Lancaster County. And your third Hampshire is to Asa Andrew from Nemaha County. That's the results of your Hamp overall. Again, in the ring now is Class 9 if you're following along at the Natural Color Market Lambs.
Good calf here in second. He's deep in, he's big body. He kind of resembles a class winner off to the side.
You know, it's always interesting at every level that you sort, from county fairs to jackpots to open shows to state and national levels, that when you have a very dominating breed such as we did in the Hampshires, where quality was immense, are we going to have a little bit of a fall off or a hangover effect, if you will? And if this first class of natural colors is any indication of what we're going to see throughout the blue division, I think it's going to be just as good as what we've seen in that Hampshire show. It comes down to 5 of them that we find and I deem as show sheep because of bringing the crazy traits it takes to win classes at a state fair, right? Then we find a pair of them that, you know, they are totally opposite. And ultimately, I gravitate towards the looks and build of that one. But I think once we start putting these things and studying them, and just if you had a note card and you wrote all the positive attributes about each one of them, and the other side you had a liability column and figure out the flaws or issues that you can live with, I'm more comfortable with this conventional moderate one directly in front of me that your young man's showing. I know he's not as wacky looking as that one that we are getting ready to discuss in second. But that's it. You know, if you bring that thing up a half an inch in terms of his shoulder height, he would absolutely daylight the class, and it wouldn't be the discussion. After that, he is unrivaled in terms of his back. He is unrivaled in terms of his rib cage, and he's absolutely silly in terms of his cheek shape. And what is very, very intriguing, all of his masculine traits are handled with efficiency. That guy can get out and move with some ease and flow to him that is very, very unique. Like we said, the comparative advantage over this darker fibered one is his shoulder height, is his head carriage. Relative to the show ring surface, he is higher headed and taller shouldered than that conventional one we just used. Outside of that, he's flatter bodied. He lacks the shape of muscle, and he lacks the genuine width that we just find in that class winner we just discussed. Like that pair, pick your poison. I'm definitely okay with flip-flopping that pair. The one here in 3 comes to us and is a very, very meat and potato style of a natural color show sheep. He has muscle. He has good looks. I just thought he ran out of just the athletic shape and dimension up high that we have in those 2 that we discussed prior. But most importantly, I need to bring out his hip length to fix his inability to get out and maneuver off the back half of his body. Length and extension are adjectives that we can throw at the 4 and 5 hole to describe these show sheep to a high degree. The ewe lamb is big-backed and big-ended. I need to stouten her up in her feature and foot size. The darker fibered weather that's going to round out your top 5 is one that I visited with the young man, like this one's build, and it got him up to the top 5. Muscle and width prevents him from getting him up to the top 4. Good class, good pair on top. Excited to keep working with the kids.
Our second class, class number 10 of natural colored market lambs. There are a total of 4 classes we will have, but class number 10 is coming in 124 up to 135. Here's your results coming now out of class number 9. Blue ribbon winners includes Maggie Roberts from Otto County, Landon Bussum from Washington County, Drake Yoakum from Hall County, Brayden Grease from Clay County, Carter Jack from Butler County, Parker Bobenmeyer from Red Willow County will be kicking off our purples. Second purple goes to Emily Olson from Pierce County, and first purple is to Grant Muscle from Gage County. So those are the results coming from Class 9 as Class 10 enters the ring. And if you happen to be finding your way back to the Nebraska State Fair next Friday, we do have our open class sheep show that'll be taking place throughout the day inside the sheep barn. But then at 5 o'clock, right here in the 5 Points Bank Arena, is going to be the Nebraska State Fair Sheep Shearing Contest. We have got some of the folks that are attending that are ranked in the top 5 in the nation. They're here to gain some world points to be able to compete at an international level. There'll be sheep shearing at all levels, from those that have just begun to those professionals that can finish a sheep in less than 2 minutes. So if you get a chance, we welcome you back next Friday evening, 5 o'clock, to watch the sheep shearing competition.
Well, not to sound redundant, another heater of a class that these kids have brought me in the middleweights of this natural color division. And I know we've got a multitude of microphones and shows going on, but it's going to be very fun for me to describe these because I think we can figure out priorities and the attributes that, in my convictions, that I personally need to have in each and every class winner, and maybe the problems that I'm okay with living with. I think this top trio are gamers. No doubt all three of these youngsters came to the Nebraska State Fair to win the Blues with their show sheep right in front of me. It's fun, but I know the disappointment that them and their crew probably have if they're second or third, because I know what it takes to, compete and get these things ready at this level, and my hat's off to everybody involved. In this particular setting, I find the show sheep, and I think it's pretty easy to find that one. His color not only helps him, but I think once you put that aside, I think you find the one that, relative to the show ring surface, I think runs the right direction. I think just in terms of muscle and handle quality, he's without a doubt my favorite by a 10-point cut. His rib cage is absolutely bonkers in terms of his center body. He's shallow-chested. He's big-backed. He's big-ended. Muscle is one of the most unique attributes on this guy. And another one, for as big and opened up as he is from the top side of his shoulders, he still progressively gets wider into one of the bigger upper hips and lower stifle joints that we have. And like we tried to find those weird characteristics that you don't see every day of the week, for as big and opened up as he is, he goes to the ground in the same consistent fashion. My hold up on just saying he was an easy class winner was his ability to get out and move. I don't know if it's, just his attitude because, he's flexible. His rear leg is assembled absolutely ideal in relation to his upper hip, and he can take a big step off each end of his framework. Just need to see this guy maybe get smart between now and that blue drive, but that guy has a very distinct look about him, a unique handle quality about him, and like we've tried to do all day, when you combine muscle on a good skeletal system, it makes it easy to find a class winner. The one here in second rivals your class winner just in terms of one's build and look and silhouette, and I'll be honest, probably has the comparable advantage over your class winner. When that thing come trotting in, and I'll raise my hand even though on the halter, when you can have a high head like that, a straight back, and a big caboose, and a rear leg that knows how to use it, the young lady brought us a very, very good show sheep like she has for 2 days. When I got into that initial view right directly in front of that one and watched that one going away, he's easily, even out of the top 5 grouping, the narrowest coming and going. I had to make the judgment call on acceptability. I think anytime you find a class winner at Nebraska State Fair, they better be wide, they better be stout. But that one's a good-looking one that's right in terms of their upper portion of his skeletal system. Muscle, width, back shape is in vogue on this guy. If you wanted to single trade on muscularity alone, he overwhelms the class by a 17-point cut twice on Tuesday, 3 times on Wednesday. He is unrivaled in terms of his shape. He is unmatched in terms of just width from front to rear. I'm okay with his picture that he paints from the side. I'm okay accepting his moderation. I had to draw the line. I just thought he was a fracture shorter stepping off each end of his framework. I'd like to loosen him up and make him take like that athletic reach that we found in his Hampshire. I need to reconstruct his hip, most importantly. I need to lengthen that up to make him more looser gated trotting around the ring. That's where this one excels. And, I debated what to do on that initial pair because that one is the looser gated, that one is the longer stepping one, and that one is just the extended one from front to rear. Ultimately, I think that was why he's in fourth. He's a fracture longer bodied, and as the story tells, most of the time, those things get flatter throughout their framework. Most importantly, at the surface of the ground, he's easily the flattest and plainest up high and down low. Young lady's showing one here that's doing an excellent job. She brings us one that is fresh, that's athletic to the touch. Shape and muscle are attributes that got her in the top 5. Build and skeletal organization keeps her from getting into the top 4. A very interesting class, challenging. Like I said, always encourage you guys to pick your favorites. I like them the way we just discussed. Congratulations to all those kids.
And congratulations to all our exhibitors. Olivia Lang. Olivia Lang, if you are missing your cell phone, it has been turned into the announcer stand by another 4-H exhibitor. Or if anybody knows Olivia, let her know that her cell phone's been turned in. Here's the results now out of class number 10. Blue ribbon winners include Isabel Hipke from Holtz County, Landon Busman from Washington County, Gentry Frederickson from Cumming County, Evelyn Sheets from Lincoln County, Lyndon Brem from Odo County. Now purple ribbon winners for class 10. Teza Kirshner from Lincoln County, Taya Hamilton from Platte County, Miles Birch from Butler County is third purple. Second purple goes to Reese Ayler from Jefferson County. And congratulations, first purple will go to Asa Andrew of Nemaha County. Those are the results of class 10. Class 11 is now entered the ring. Class 11 of our natural color market lambs are 137 to 141 and a half. And of course, we'd like to give a big shout out and a huge thank you to the folks at Cashway Distributing and Farmers Cooperative of Dorchester. They are your sponsors of the Market Lamb divisions. Cashway is your champion division sponsors, and Farmers Cooperative of Dorchester is your reserve champion divisions. If you in the stands are interested in becoming a sponsor for any of our livestock events here at the Nebraska State Fair, reach out to any of the 4-H Board of Trustees like myself or others in the office, and we will get you taken care of for 2026.
over here on the sheep side of things. I know we had two different mic systems going and a very challenging class, so I wanted to be able to describe it with some clear thoughts and hear myself rattle in my brain what my thoughts were so I could accurately describe them to these youngsters. I thought the class winner does so and does so pretty easily. You know, like I said, muscle, good looks are stuff we're trying to find, and I think he does a very nice job of just being good in lots of areas. He's good moving. He's good in terms of his skeletal system. I think the progression of his weight throughout his body, I think, allows him to be a very, very comfortable class winner. The one here in second, had to hold up because just in terms of his hydration, his handle quality, his feel and handle and feature and back shape. She came to win a class at the Nebraska State Fair, and I can dig it. Just runs out of muscle. Just didn't think it was as well balanced as that one we just discussed, but she's done a great job feeding and presenting that high quality natural color. And second, the discussion is 3 through 5 because I think we're fighting some immaturity and maybe some efficiency in terms of feed and growth. I thought the next best one was, this one directly in front of me. This silver guy is the third best one in my opinion, just in terms of muscle and shape, just with his feature and stoutness of foot, matched his width and shape up high. Fourth, I thought that one was the better bodied one that is still big and burly in terms of his loin. Just need to modify that one in terms of his hip and hind leg and his ability to get out and handle his rear leg in motion. And I thought the darkest fibered sheep runs out here in the top 5. I think he's big backed, he's wide loin, and he's dead level when you get out of him on the hip. Carrying him too much fat content for me. I'd like to clean him up in terms of his composition, but most importantly, see his necktie higher on the top portion of his shoulders. Good class, competitive top duo.
We have 2 more classes left of our natural color market lambs this morning. Class number 12, which will be entering the ring here momentarily, will be coming in from 138 up to 153 pounds. Here's the results coming out of Class 11. Blue ribbon winners include Augustus Woltman from Box Butte County, Carson Rober from Dakota County, Libby Beitner from Hall County, Libby Beitner again from Hall County, Orrin Hipke from Holt County will kick off our purples. Tensley Upson from Buffalo County. Third purple goes to Kinley Etchen from Dakota County. Second purple to Mahia Jones of Cherry County. And congratulations, first purple to Melanie Korth from Washington County. Again in the ring now is Class 12 of your natural color market lambs.
Well, I think we've got one more single entry class to go in the natural color division, but we'll go ahead and call this the heavyweights, and that one I guess the ultra heavyweights. But in this heavyweight division, man, that's kind of like that Hamp class that was very, very fun. There was 6 or 7, 8, 9 of these things that came in that could have won prior classes or classes at other state fairs across the Midwest, and it's fun. Once again, hats off. To you kids and breeders and the Nebraska State Fair for putting an incredible show on yet again. It's going to be fun to discuss what's on my mind here. It comes in pairs, and I think obviously taking nothing away from the ones 5 through 8, I thought those had some muscle, had some width, had some handle quality, just minor adjustments and issues prevent them from getting into the top 4 because these 4 are very, very good. And like I said, I'm a big proponent of they all don't have to look and act and resemble each other and be alike. But I think they come in pairs, and I'm elected to keep them in pairs because of what they bring to the table. I find the duo directly in front of me, the darker fiber blue ones, because what they bring to the table are the 2 show sheep that virtually run uphill, that have muscle, have width, have shape, and they're here to win. Like, they are shapely, they are bubbly muscled, they are ditched back, and they are built incredibly well. My class winner's just built better than that one in second. He is longer hipped, he is looser hinged, and he is more athletic off the front half of his body. My holdup was when that thing walks towards that goat ring, he doesn't want to go for the young lady. And I know you guys are like, you talk movement all day. Why are you using something that ain't wanting to get out and boogie? Once he gets past that goat ring, he grabs the gear. He shows himself. He's a sure out athlete. He's got a bouncy type of a hind leg, and he knows how to utilize it. That is a very good show sheep. That's the hybrid of muscle, good looks, and a well-built skeletal system. I'm a big fan of that blue guy. Congratulations to that young lady. I guess if we wanted to just have the comparable advantage be just on rack shape and creases. I wish there was some barrow or gilt guys around here because they've got a ditch in this thing that can hold water, and I'm a big, big fan of that. Shapely muscled, big muscled, and a rib cage that is in the same league as that class winner, and a look from the side that rivals that class winner. It was a tough pair. The deciding factor for me was on the back half of the body. If you look at the length of this one's hip, it is a fraction short, and that tells me that I'm accurate whenever you get that thing out on the go. He wants to get a notch hesitant whenever you get that thing out and moving around the ring. I want to see that guy looser gated and have that athletic step off the back half of his body. If you like this pair to go ahead and be 1 and 2, I'm okay with that because this pair as a whole is the muscle options, this is the width option, and the stoutness at the ground option. I thought the one here in third was the better of the 2 just in terms of how he's organized. Comparatively speaking, he's at a disadvantage over those 2 we just discussed prior. He's more conventional in his look. He's more jammed up in terms of his overall build. But most importantly, he just doesn't want to get out and show that he's a sure athlete moving around the ring. His blade's long, his hips short. Just need to see that guy just get better moving and more looser stepping off each end of his framework. And maybe that's where this guy is better. He is looser hinged. He is more flexible off either end of his skeleton. I just didn't think he was as built as tidy and neat as that one in third. And I know he's not as built as efficiently and as organized as those 2 that we lead off with. But my young man's brings us one that is shaped up, creased up, and bubbly muscled, and is a man at the ground. Just need to tidy him up from front to rear. The darker pelter blue and young lady does an absolute phenomenal job showcasing this one, that he is high-headed and he's in the same league as those 2 class winners from a portrait standpoint. Just didn't think as the top 5 wore on he had enough muscle and width to work him on up any higher. Guys, good class of blues, heater of a pair on top. Congratulations.
There's a single entry in Class 13 of our natural color market lambs. 183 pounds. Here's your results coming out of Class 12. Blue ribbon winners include Kaylin Crumplis from Clay County, Daphne Jelichka from Colfax County, Jackson Stevenson from Howard County, Colton Carmen from Buffalo County, Landon Busson from Washington County. Now your purple ribbon winners in Class 12. Lexi Fillingham from Scottsbluff County, Idis Klein from Frontier County, Mesa Jones from Cherry County, Crew Freeland from Saunders County. Your second purple exhibited by Taya Hamilton from Platte County. And your first purple will go to Cassini Crow from Seward County.
Single entry out here, and your last class of your blue ones. And I think the young man finds one that, even though obviously weight-wise he's the most mature that we've seen in this division, he's still youthful in terms of his build and his athletic in regards to his movement. He's big-backed, he's big-bended. Young man's done an excellent job. Put your hands together as he exits the ring.
And in Class 13 of our natural colored market lambs, first purple will go to Augustus Hipke. We're now going to make the selection of our champion natural color.
Well, we'll go ahead and rock and roll. I hope the mic systems allow the folks around ringside to hear my thoughts. Because this is a very, very competitive blue division, and my hat's off to you folks here in Nebraska. And we failed to do so, and partially that's my fault. If you're around ringside, congratulate these kids on this division. They've been absolutely awesome to work with. They brought us a phenomenal set of blue ones, and honestly, per my estimation, it's been the most challenging that we've had so far, because there's, I think, a multitude of different options that a guy can go based on where they lay their priorities. That lightweight class ignited this blue division and told me to get ready, because they're going to keep coming. Both of them had muscle. Both knew how to move and get out and handle their rear legs with efficiency. I thought the most outlying pieces and parts came in this silver-colored one. I picked on him. I just didn't know if he was as built, as neat and tidy up front that we had in that darker pelted one. Didn't know the darker pelted was just wide coming and going like we find in that class winner. You make the judgment call. I like that lightweight class still, how I elected to use them. The same comes out of class 2, and I know there was some cussing and discussing to be had on this pair, and I still like the way that they come out. And based on my priorities, I think they follow suit again. I think the one that wins your class is just so dominant in terms of his back shape and spread up high. His rib cage allowed him to go ahead and beat the darker pelted one over there. Not only his rib cage, I just think his width coming and going was so unrivaled in that particular setting. And still, once you get him out on the front row, it's his combination of muscle, handle quality, and his look from the side that puts him in contention for your top 3 honors. Comparing him to others, is he just built as elite in terms of his front end? I think he gets a fraction straight from a shoulder forward, and I think that gets highlighted when you get that guy out on the ring. He just doesn't prance and want to go off the front half of his body, but that being said, I think his back half of his body allows him to get out and push and bounce and bend and have that direction forward instead of relying on the front half of his body. That blue one over there takes a picture that rivals just any of them. When a young lady gets hit, that thing's head reaching for the roof like she's doing right now, that's a big-backed, good-looking one that's got a hind leg I wish all of them had in this particular drive. I just didn't think that one had the width and shape and just genuine stance that we find in that class winner that we just discussed. Class 3, there was a challenge. There wasn't maybe an outlying part or piece that just came out and said, I'm here to win this natural color class, but I still think we find 2 representatives that combine muscle and a well-built skeleton. I thought the one that wins just came out and just was more athletic in terms of his shape and his touch. That one over there was just carrying too much condition to go ahead and reverse that call. Talk about a heater of a class in Class 4, and there was 8 of them that I said came here to win that class at the Nebraska State Fair. These 2 are my speed, and they're my speed because they are so similar in terms of what they have to offer. Their back shapes are unrivaled. Their rib cage is absolutely silly. They're both good looking. They're both, in terms of how we compare them to the show ring surface, they run the right direction. They virtually run uphill. They're geeky up high. They're tiny bladed. They're big hip. They're soggy in terms of their underline. The progression of their body weight is very, very good. And in terms of proportionate, well-built animals, their height to length relationship is in check. The dividing point between them, I thought the darker one that's going to be your class winner was longer and bigger and better hipped and took the more sounder, flexible step off the back half of his body. I thought maybe the one in second had a bigger curl to his stifle, and I think that one, as it shows, because his upper hip is a fraction short, his rear leg is a fraction vertical, but that's getting very, very picky of a pair that I like a good deal. The heavyweight was one that I commended the young man for bringing a big guy that was shapely, big-loined, and good-looking. I just didn't think that one was as trim and as athletic as those ones we just discussed. But young man's done an excellent job here at the Nebraska State Fair. That being said, very, very fun natural color division. If you guys would put your hands together, I'll show you the three I like in order.
And congratulations, your champion natural color exhibitor, Cassini Crow of Seward County. Your reserve champion natural color, Taya Hamilton from Platte County. And your third place natural color is Asa Andrew from Nemaha County. We're moving on to the single class of Southdown Market Lamps. Your selection out of here will also be your champion, Southdown. And over on the sheep side, of course, we'd like to give a big shout out and thank you to Beth Janning, 4-H educator, Hamilton County, Blake Wirt, 4-H assistant, Platte County, Brianna Grootluchen from Saline County is a 4-H assistant, Audra Brown, a 4-H assistant, Scotts Bluff, Shane Ahrens, 4-H assistant, Dodge County, Alyssa Neff, 4-H intern, Dr. Van Overbeck, Department of Animal Science, Brian Cox, your engagement zone coordinator, and Elizabeth Tilgers, their 4-H associate at Lancaster County. All these folks have been a huge help today in bringing you the sheep show. And on a quick side note,
They need to be more correct on their feet and legs.
there are red cards that are going out. Dr. Van Overbeck does have a paper punch in her back pocket. These red cards are being given out to the youth from the College of Agricultural Science and Natural Resources. Get the scoop on UNL and receive a free scoop on us at the State Fair 4-H building. You just have to scan the QR code in the back, show that the paperwork's been filled out. They'll punch your card and you're off to get a free scoop of ice cream.
Well, they informed me we've got one class of Southdown, so congratulations to all those Southdown exhibitors and, industry-wide. I think we're definitely making Southdowns better. They're attractive. They're good-built animals that are still representing the Southdown breed, and hats off to you folks here in Nebraska for promoting that breed and doing a good job of progressing the industry. I think we find a good class, an intriguing top five, and to me it comes down to four of them that we're going to be excited to discuss with you. I thought your class winner, there was just no chance that I was ever hesitating to pump the brakes and beat this thing because no matter the shape, no matter the size, no matter the breed, no matter the color, that thing's what we've been trying to find from the word go the last 2 days. That thing comes uphill and just wants to show you what kind of athlete he is. He's bouncy, he's hoppy, he can get out and just go and just own the ring, for the lack of better terms. He's one that's unique in terms of his body shape. He's exotic in terms of his look. But I think what seals the deal, I think that he kind of walks and talks the class. It's easy to tell you how good looking and well built he is. But when you get this particular view right here and get inside of this skeleton, he's as big and bold and opened up as any in this particular class. Congratulations. That's a fun Southdown young lady. Good work this summer. You can kind of make the judgment, if you will, to go ahead and keep type and kind and, use that 1 1/3 just because he rivals that one in terms of squareness and muscle. But I thought the next hardest one to make day in and day out for the breed is your young lady's ewe lamb directly in front of me. This thing's pretty wild in terms of what she has to offer and as far as her look and silhouette. I know she gives up pounds. I know she gives up size. And I know she gives up maturity. But when a guy's got heart and passion to use the best ones regardless, I think she's easily the second best one. Her build gets her into the top duo. I just didn't think comparatively, she just had that added width underneath coming and going that we find in that one we just discussed. But that's an excellent ewe lamb that I'd be proud to take home any day of the week. The one here in third, young lady, you have one that pushes the class winner just in terms of shape, muscle, and just athletic expression. You've done an excellent job coming to the state fair this year, prepped in terms of bringing one that's 12 o'clock and ready to go in the show ring. I just didn't think, comparatively speaking, that one, that the one you have right here is in the same league as that duo that we just discussed, just in terms of his build, look, and proportionality throughout his body. The one here in 4, I thought we were going to flip-flop this pair pretty quickly when they rolled in because he came and had that width and just had that added just genuine power from front to rear that maybe that one that in third and second definitely just didn't possess. I just didn't think this one was handling all that width and stoutness up to the highest level. He's a fraction longer bodied. When that being said, he's wanting to rotate that back left hock on the outside of his body. I think just some minor tweaks would get that Southdown weather up a fraction higher. I think length and extension are in favor of this particular Southdown weather. I think one that maintains a very, very high levelness degree. I commend the young lady for finding one that has ample breed character in this particular setting. I just didn't think, comparatively speaking, that one had enough punch from behind to work that one on up any higher. Good group, excellent Southdown representatives on top.
We're starting now our Crossbred Market Lamb Show. This is Class 15, a single entry, weighing 96.5 pounds. Here's the results coming out of Class 14. Blue ribbon winners include Lauren Brown from Otto County. Colby Carmen from Buffalo County. Purple ribbon winners, Mesa Jones from Cherry County. Natalie Wagner from Dodge County. Third purple goes to Connor Coxhausen from Scottsbluff County. Your reserve champion for your Southdown Market Lambs, Jada Clement from Saunders County, and congratulations to Lexi Fillingham from Scottsbluff County will be your champion Southdown Market Lamb.
Real good way, and very, very excited to start your guys' Crossbred Market Lamb Show. If you're just now tuning in online or joining us at the fair, we've seen excellent and phenomenal breed representatives breed in and breed out, and much anticipation as we start working through your guys' Crossbred division. I think the young man brings us a market ewe out here that does a good job representing the Crossbreds. She combines muscle and a well-built skeleton. Congratulations to that young man as he, with his hard work on his project this summer. Congratulations.
And a Class 15 blue ribbon winner goes to Kipton Scheidler from Valley County. As we move on now with Class 16 of our Division 1 Crossbred Market Lambs. The Division 1 lambs is first class, weigh from 100 to 110 pounds.
Well, as we get into obviously one of the bigger numbers in the lightweight crossbred division, very fun class, an outlining of a class winner. I vividly remembered visiting with the young lady in showmanship, and in her questions, I asked her what she likes about her sheep, and she said he was dripped out, and I have no earthly idea what dripped out means, but I hope it's a good thing because I like this guy. And I hope dripped out is the younger terminology for being a well-built, proportional animal that's great-bodied, high-headed, and has an exotic look from the side. If that's what dripped out means, you got a 50 on that scorecard, young lady. You have an excellent show lamb in your hands. You do an excellent job. He's presented to the nines. Congratulations on your dripped out weather. You know, the second through fifth was a decision for me. The silver colored market oriented ewe comes in here and has some shape, has some muscle, and has some width. I just need to lengthen that one's hip structure in order to compete with that dripped out weather up front. The big muscled weather comes in next. He's shapely, he's expressive, he's big loin. Just need to modify him in terms of his rib cage. The Southdown influence sheep is a very high caliber market oriented ewe that runs the right direction. Just need to freshen that one up from top to bottom. And we run out your class with two that offer length and extension, muscle and carcass orientation. Probably isn't their strong suit. They need to be modified from top to bottom with enough genuine width to move on up higher. Congratulations, an excellent class winner on top.
Here's your results on the sheep side of Class 16. Blue ribbon winners include Aslan Cox of Valley County. Aslan also will have another blue ribbon. Purple ribbon winners are Journey Reason of Wayne County, Madeline Yancey of Valley County. Macy Ranchi of Adams County is purple 3. Purple 2 will go to Melanie Korth of Washington County. And first purple will go to Cameron Deceive of Holtz County. In the ring now is Class 17. Class 17 will be weighing from 112 up to 116 in your Crossbred Market Lambs Division 1.
Well, very, very fun class, and we all should be excited. And I know the young man's excited. Showing emotion of winning a class in Nebraska State Fair because it's been tough, and it's very deserving. And he's very deserving of a class winner because he brings us a crossbred in this lightweight division that follows suit of what we've been trying to find in each and every one of the class winners. That brings all the positive attributes that you could possibly find with the least amount of flaws. And we find a ewe lamb that has a very, very good skeleton. She's got a big back and big muscles, and she's got a great set of feet and legs on her. You can tweak her in a couple areas, but I think for the moment, for the young man, we need to keep all the positives alive. Congratulations to that young man. The one here in the second is one that, has the comparable advantage over that young man's ewe lamb, just in terms of back shape and spread up high. If you start comparing these things, the amount of width and just dimension that this thing has in his rib cage has the advantage over that ewe lamb that we just discussed. I just didn't think she was built or organized throughout her skeletal system as neat and as tidy and as efficient that we find in that ewe lamb. Big muscles and an athletic shape describe that ewe lamb. And I know maybe presentation, she's at a distant third, but I think if you push that off to the side, we still find a lot of value in her. She's big muscled, she's fat-ended, and she's got a good set of feet and legs on her. I just need to modify her in terms of the way she's organized from front to rear. Just need to bring her up in terms of her shoulder height and elevate her up front. 4 and 5, if you wanted to flip them, I can listen to that. I think the one that comes with a better skeleton would be the one that I elected to use in that initial pair. As you compare her to the ones that we discussed prior, just gets flatter throughout her body. And maybe that's where the advantage over the one in fourth is with the one that's going to round out your top 5. She's more opened up throughout her body, but as you can leave her coming and going, she's the narrowest out of your top 5 setting. Another good lightweight crossbred class division. Please celebrate those kids on an excellent job.
And congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 17. Your results include blue ribbon winners: Tylee Cox from Valley County, Madeline Yancey from Valley County, Geneva Smith from Boone County, Emerson Yancey from Valley County. Purple ribbon winners out of Class 17, Annabelle Pearson from Thayer County, Edison Yerwiller from Scottsbluff County. Third purple goes to Shannon Zemek from Merritt County. Second purple is Alex Meyer from Buffalo County. And congratulations, first purple out of Class 17, Emmett Klug of Cedar County. Walking in the ring now is Class 18 in our first division. Class 18 away from 117 to 120. We do have 2 more classes after this, and then I will make our division champion selection. And do note, our division champions, we will not know the overall market lamb winner until this afternoon during the final drive.
another good crossbred division, and there's some give and take, but it's a non-negotiable, or you can't argue really with anybody that it comes down to a top trio pretty quick, and the halter issue again is something that's running through my head, and not to sound redundant, but we let it slide yesterday. We're gonna ride the wave the whole way. That aside, I think we find a class winner that's pretty much a beast in terms of what that thing has to offer. He is wide as wide can be, but still keeping his limbs directly inside of his skeletal system. And still, what's very intriguing on this guy, for as big and busted open as this thing is, he keeps that width so consistent underneath himself in terms of being so big up high and down to the center portion of his cage to where he directly puts his feet up front. There is no deviation or lack of his width from top to bottom and front to rear, and still he gives it an incredible look from the side, and he can still get out and motor with the best of them. This one here in second takes a walk on the wild side. That thing is a big, bold, ribbed one. That thing is unorthodoxly shallow-chested, and just in terms of touching one, he sets the standards of what one should handle like as far as being in the show ring. His hip is short, his shoulder's long, love his rib cage. Need to bolden him out in terms of his width coming and going. But young lady, you've got a show sheep on your hands that does some very, very intriguing things. My guy here does an incredible job. Thought about rewarding him for not showing on a halter, but I'm telling you, I was judging livestock for livestock, and that's where I'll always be. He's showing one that is big-backed, he's big-ended, he's got a rib cage that we've tried to find all day. I just thought when you start studying these things on the go, his rear legs wants to get out a little outside of himself. Not only that, he's carrying too much lower shoulder for me to go ahead and deem him a proportionate athletic show sheep from the side. Muscle and handle quality are adjectives that describes this ewe lamb in the fourth place position. Didn't think she was stout enough in terms of her feature or predominant enough in regards to her pin bones to move on up any higher. I think the young man is driving one here that's going to round out your top five. I told him the upper portion of that one, the skeleton, I dig. He's big-backed. He's fresh in terms of his handle quality. Just need to see that one's feet match his upper skeleton. Good class. Great job, kids. Keep up the good work. Congratulations to all.
And here's your results coming out of Class 18 of our Division I Crossbred Market Lambs. Blue ribbon winners include Presley Cox from Douglas Sarpy County, Geneva Smith from Boone County, Logan Olson, Hall County. Purple ribbon winners are Gavin Johnson from Burke County, Kaylee Kopic from Wayne County. Third purple will go to Blake Klug of Cedar County. Second purple exhibited by Edison Erwiller of Scotts Bluff County. And your first purple, congratulations to Mahia Jones of Cherry County. Entering the ring now is Class 19. Class 19 Division I Crossbred Market Lambs weigh 121 to 123. Goats will weigh from 50 to 71 pounds.
Another challenging class of crossbreds. You know, there was some kind of some speed bumps, if you will, to keep afloat. I think there was some kind of crazy sheep that had a case of the tickles and jumps, and some were acting stubborn in terms of wanting to get out and show their quality moving. But I think once you study these things and at the natural state and park, I still think we would logically place them very, very similar. I think the one that just belongs in the show ring, at least in terms of not only attitude, but regards of muscle and having the combination of the right kind of skeleton. This one's as big and shapely up high. He is big-backed and crazy in terms of the ditch and just the bark that he has coming over his ribs, and still goes to the ground in the same fashion and viewpoint, just in terms of a masculine animal with an acceptable look from the side. Maybe the more attractive one in terms of just a one-dimensional standpoint is the one here in second. This is a market wether that is high-headed, he's dead level, and square going down through his back. I just didn't think, relatively speaking, he was opened up enough in terms of his body and rib cage, nor did I think he was as dominant in terms of his width from pin bone to pin bone. Also, but most importantly, I'd like to see that one just handle himself in a looser manner going around the ring. Young man does an excellent job showcasing this Hampshire appearing wether that was wanting to give him troubles whenever we made the lap. He's showing us one that is opened up in terms of his top side spread and dimension, one that's opened up in terms of his rib cage. I need to lengthen out that one's rump posture. I need to tidy that one up in terms of that one's scapula and how it lays on the outseams of that one's forerib. But that one's a chromed up Hampshire appearing type of a wether that offers a lot of good from a handle quality aspect. To me, I think the discussion was between 4 and 5. I think the big shapely one out here is going to be my choice of that pair that we're going to discuss. I think he's fresh, he's athletic. Commend the young man for doing a mighty fine job with the project this summer. Just didn't think as the drive wore on that one was near wide enough or stout enough in terms of his hind leg. We're going to run out your top 5 with another powerful type of a wether that offers a lot of mass. Mass up high, mass in terms of his width coming and going. Just wish he was tidy and organized better from front to rear. Challenging class. You guys have been doing an awesome job all day. Keep up the hard work. Very fun to work with you all in this crossbred division.
And congratulations to our exhibitors out of Class 19. Blue ribbon winners will include Adeline Henderson from Adams County, Cruz Medina from Kimball Banner County, Trina Pearson from Dawson County, Tylee Cox from Valley County. Purple ribbon winners include Braden Grease from Clay County, McEmery Jones from Cherry County. Your third purple exhibited by Dakota Varlick from Knox County. Second purple is to McKenna Ranchi of Adams County. And congratulations, your first purple out of Class 19 is to Chanley Crow from Seward County. This is our final class of Crossbred Division 1s. Class 20 coming in the ring, 124 to 125 in weight. After this class, the selection will be made for your champion Division 1 Crossbred Market Lamb. Do note that all of our champion divisions will not see the final outcome until later today. That is going to happen at 4 o'clock this afternoon during the final drive.
an awesome class, and I knew, obviously as we start increasing weight, these crossbreds would get deep just in terms of not only numbers, but quality of animals. And, these kids have really done a good job from start to finish throughout the rest of the day. And, much anticipation as always as we start getting progressing in weights in this crossbred division. To me, it easily came down to a trio of them. Very excited to show you what's on my mind. Once the weather, that winds kind of had a little attitude adjustment, there was never any hesitation that this one was awfully good and that he was going to win this particular class in a hurry. I know she was trying to show this booger standing up, but I think my favorite viewpoint on this guy is his natural state. Because when he runs uphill, he shows us that he is a high-headed one that naturally ties high at the base of his shoulders. And still, he's one of my favorite viewpoints on this guy is his width and genuine substance at the ground, and that facilitates directly up high to a big, obnoxious back, a big, burly hip. And when you study him at the three-quarter angle, all of his angles fit and blend on him in a very, very organized manner. A very good combination sheep that combines muscle, width, and a sexy-looking package. Congratulations to that young lady. The one here that probably the decision that people might want to arm wrestle me on is 1, 2, and 3. There's no arm wrestling for me on this. I thought the better built one's here in second. That rivals your class winner just in terms of quality of one's skeleton. Obviously, there's some stature difference that this one's the bigger scaled and the more extended one from front to rear of this two that we're just getting ready to discuss. But not only that, just in terms of shape and handle quality, this guy is very deceiving. He rivals your class winner just in terms of his spread and shape up high. He's ditched back and creasy in terms of his top shape. But not only that, when you study him from just his skeletal system, he's right in terms of his build and balance. I'm not going to tell you he's in the same league just in terms of his muscle and hip width, but I think from his flank forward, from his shoulder blade down to his sternum to where he throws his feet up front, that is a very, very good built animal. If we wanted to have a judging team here and teach them what muscle and width and just a consistent fashion of that is all about, I think we could teach a livestock judging class on that one. This one's big and shapely. This one's expressive. This one's thick-ended, and he's got a hind leg that is designed ideally in relation to his upper hip, especially for being a moderate wide one. That is something very, very unique. The front half of his body, to me, puts him in the third place position. I need to bring him up about 2 inches in terms of his shoulder height to make him run uphill in relation to his upper hip. Not only that, I need to tidy him up in terms of his shoulder blade and scapula to only enhance his proportionality from the side. His front end assembly keeps him up for moving on up any higher. If we tidy him up and lift him up just ever so slightly, I think it's a whole different ballgame. The one here in 4 just gets in deep waters just in terms of having some extras. But for me, he comes in 4th just in terms of having the fundamentals and basics of a show sheep, has some muscle, has a good kind of a quality skeleton. I just didn't think he was extra in any stretch to go ahead and move him on up any higher. Young lady does a phenomenal job, and this guy's just being so ornery for her. I wish he would just sit on his hock and just push and just show her that she's got a show sheep, because she does. He is big-backed, he is big-pinned, and one that in terms of one's underline runs the right direction. I just think he's past 12 o'clock just in terms of his composition to move him on up any higher. Guys, that's a very good class, very good duo on top. Congratulate and show these kids your appreciation.
As they work on the champion Division I Crossbred Market Lambs, here's your results coming out of Class 20. Blue ribbon winners include Kinley Etchell from Dakota County, Journey Reason from Wayne County, Lily Wyman from Otto County, Madeline Yancey from Valley County. Purple ribbon winners include Carter Check from Butler County, Emily Spencer from Red Willow County. Third purple is Crew Freeland of Saunders County. Second purple is Preston Bobenmeyer from Red Willow County. And your first purple, congratulations, representing Class 20, is going to be Cole DeZee from Holt County.
Well, very, very fun as we get into the first real big decisions to see which two or three, if you will, we're going to bring back for your overall crossbred and then on into your Supreme Drive. But to keep the party going, we're going to first and foremost do the most important thing. Please put your hands together and show these kids your appreciation and support for their hard work this summer. We're going to try to be fast where we can. The crossbred division has been absolutely excellent. There's been decision after decision in every class, and we're still finding youthful show sheep that has muscle content up to a high degree, has the width that it takes at a big level, but most importantly, has the aesthetically pleasing skeleton and running gear that it takes to own the ring and to be a successful show sheep. I think there's 3 individuals that can get those honors pretty handily out here in this lightweight division, and it's how you're going to divide them. I think it comes down to a pair of them for your champion honors. Gets a little closer for your reserve. Always encourage you to pick them how you like them. My champion and reserve are very similar. One's dripped out. One's a man in terms of his muscle and skeletal system and still being wild looking from the side. I'll go show you how I like them. Please congratulate and celebrate these kids one more time.
Congratulations, your champion Division I Crossbred Market Lamb, exhibited by Kel DeZeve of Holt County. Reserve champion will go to Camry DeZeve of Holt County. And your 3rd place Division I Crossbred Market Lamb is Preston Bovenmeyer from Red Willow County. Here's your results of getting ready for our Class 21. We'll be starting Division II in just a moment. So kids along the fence, you can take a quick breather and you'll be ready to go here shortly. Just a reminder, our division winners in our market lambs. All Grand, Reserve, and 3rd place division winning market lambs will compete for overall market lamb at the final drive for 4-H. That'll take place at 4 o'clock this afternoon. On the sheep side, we have started with Division 2 now. Class 21 of your Crossbred market lambs, 126 to 130.
You know, maybe light in terms of numbers as we start out in Division 2 of your Crossbred show, but I think we're heavy in terms of quality, especially up on the top end. An exclamation point, an outlier, a highlight marker, if you will. Young lady I visited with her does an absolute phenomenal job showing, and she has for 2 days. And she brings us one that just kind of follows suit of what we found in every class winner. I think one that is well organized from the top of its nose to its skull, down through its upper hip, to its stifle joint, to its rear leg assembly. I think everything fits on that guy. I'm not saying this guy just handles himself the most incredible that we've seen on the go as far as the spine and the way it sits in him, but a round-bodied one that's good in terms of his looks and assembly up front. He's got a monster set of feet and legs. Young lady does an excellent job, like we said. Congratulations to you. The sorting match comes between what we're going to do with 2 and 3. Elected to go with the big muscled one that's shapely going down through his back. I'm aware that one needs a bigger foot and a better set of pasterns, but I thought there was the next highest quality one we had to rival your class winner. A young lady visited with her, has a big old back laid into this one that's fresh and athletic in terms of its shape and handle quality. I just need to see this one come a little bit wider fashion as the top 3 rounds out. I think this one has the impression coming right at you that he wants to close up from his blade to his forearm to his toes up front. The market-oriented ewe is no no slouch, and one that I commend the young lady for bringing. And I think that one's going to make the next generation a better for in terms of muscle and cutability. I just need to see that one bigger footed and featured to rival those three that we just discussed. I think length and extension are adjectives the young ladies brought us as we round out your class. I think muscle, hydration, and build keep them from getting into the top grouping. Congratulate all those kids as we start the second division of your Crossbred show.
In the ring now is Class 22 of our Division II Crossbred Market Lambs. They weigh 132 to 135. Here's your results of Class 21. Blue ribbon winners include Aslan Cox from Valley County, Lydia Junkman from Hall County, Kaylee Carr from Webster County, Rylan Johnson from Kearney County. Third purple goes to Scarlet Prince from Buffalo County. Second purple, Emily Olson from Pierce County. And first purple, congratulations, Reese Ayler from Jefferson County. Again, Class 22 is now in the ring. Entering the ring now will be Class 21 of your market weather goats. They will weigh from 61 to 66 pounds. Here's your results of Class 20. Blue ribbon winners, Chloe Cutlers from Lancaster County, Allison Kemp, Lincoln County, Kaisley from Cumming County, Harper Scott from Sheridan County. Second purple is to Hudson Schmidt of Harnett County. And congratulations to Annabelle Pearson from Fayette County, your purple one out of Class 20. she pulled her ear tag. I don't know. They said Tyler just came up here and said that she pulled her scraped the ID tag out, and then she was covered in blood, but the interns found it and got her all cleaned up.
You know, a very difficult class, and I think you guys can see around ringside or even online the variations of different types and kinds, the variation of condition and composition and presentation. But I think ultimately it comes down to a duo. I'll be the first one to raise my hand and admit you can flip-flop them. I can listen to any sales pitch that you want to throw at me to flip. I just thought the one that just kind of came in ready to win was the one in front of me. That one, in terms of skin, hide, and touch, was here to win. And, you know, it's when you get this particular viewpoint that I've got right now, or even when you go in for closer inspection and you start petting these things, this thing throws open a big, fresh back. He is so hydrated and has the awesome amount of fill in that thing to help him be a proportionate animal. He's not the roundest bodied, but I think the girl's done an excellent job trying to tell me with her presentation skills. That thing still is right and acceptable in terms of his skeleton. He's not as crazy built as some that we've seen today, but I think one that highlights muscle, width, and feature and still runs the right direction. Congratulations to you, young lady, on your hard work this summer. The hesitation for me was I think the better ribbed one and the taller fronted one comes out here in second, honestly. From that one's last rib forward, that one's got the right kind of cage, the right kind of shoulder and head carriage that I like, and I like a lot. It's just whenever you study that thing from its last rib back, its upper hip to its stifle to its rear leg assembly, I think everything is out of balance. I'd like to freshen that thing up in terms of his loin. I'd like to level him up in terms of his upper hip. But most importantly, I'd like to keep his rear leg inside of himself and put it at the proper angle to make him a more sound, functional animal as we round out your guys' top two. Good duo on top. I think the one here in third, my young man does an excellent job driving this thing. He can, when he gets that one running uphill, this thing looks like a show sheep. Length and extension are something that he's got the comparable advantage in his weather over that duo we just discussed. I just think, as the story tells, that added length and added extension going down through his back enables him to become the flattest and narrowest as we ground out your top three. Big muscles, a big old back laid in this market ewe. I just didn't think her neck tied high and at the proper angle on the upper portion of her framework. I just didn't think she took a big enough and sound enough step off either end of her skeleton. My guy here does an excellent job in fifth and showing one that is chromed up in terms of his feature and look from the side. I think that one, in terms of his handle quality, could be in the top three. I just didn't think that one come with a near enough flank, body, and muscle to deem him practical enough for that top grouping. Guys, that was an excellent class, very challenging. Like I said, like them how you pick them. I shared with you my thoughts. Congratulations to all those kids.
Here's the results of Class 22 of our Division II Crossbred Market Lambs. Blue ribbon winners include Landon Steinbach from Dodge County, Carson Rober from Dakota County, Aiden Etchen from Dakota County, Leighton Brem from Odo County, Aslan Cox from Valley County, Geneva Smith from Boone County. Your second purple will go to Emma Bowman from Buffalo County, and congratulations, first purple out of Class 22 is Addison Reuter from Scottsbluff County. Entering the ring now will be Class 23 Division II Crossbred Market Lambs. They will weigh from 136 to 139.
Well, what a class out here in your second division of your crossbreds. And, it was very, very fun because we found sheep that were so athletic and belonging to still be in contention of your top 5 grouping. And then we find a trio of them that I just thought were absolute heaters that no doubt could win prior classes in this second division. And there was only really one decision that I had to make, and that's how I was going to divide 2 and 3. I'm in on this thing. I'm in on our class winner, and I'm in on him a lot. And here's why. He's beautiful from the side, and that's not a cop out. That's the truth. You can tell online. You can tell from the side. And I'm sure the goat judge could just see how demanding that critter was when the moment that thing walked into the ring. But the most impressive thing that I will tell you that I like about him is his shape, his width, his mass, his substance, his openness of his center body cavity, and how it facilitates directly at the ground. He is so wide, so cracked open, and so overwhelming in terms of his width and muscle, and still throws open one of the best pictures that we've seen all day. I'm not telling you he's the most tidy in terms of his chest plate or the wackiest in terms of the length of his shoulder blade, but I'm telling you, this look right here is second to none. But most importantly, once you get that rear shot over him, he's kind of scary in terms of the impression he gives coming right at you. Congratulations to that young lady. Like I said, the decision for me was how I was going to divide this pair, and I like both of this pair a lot. Here's my thoughts. This was very challenging for them to divide. The shadows from the light, they just kind of was throwing them off. And then, one of them's ornery, and one of them can get out and handle himself very, very good. I thought the silver-colored one just rivaled your class winner. And honestly, when I stepped back against the rails, I had them flip-flopped. But I think that one just takes the best picture. And I think that one, in terms of his skin and hydration and preparation, was the next best one with the highest quality look from the side. The rib cage on those things were a wash. He excels that 1 and 3rd just in terms of his touch, his loin shape, and his upper hip. It's when you get him and compare him to the class winner, he's not as wild in terms of his rib cage. He's a fraction deeper. He's a fraction higher flanked. But that's taken nothing away of one that I think has some far-reaching pieces that you don't see every day in the show sheep world. The one here in 3rd, like I said, I had that pair flip-flopped, and if you want to arm wrestle me and say this one needs to go over that silver one in 2nd, I can listen to that. I just didn't think that one's skin and hydration and feel was as on point as that one that we just discussed. He's wanting to show a little wear and tear in terms of his skin as well. But most importantly, as this viewpoint highlights it coming and going away from you, he is the narrowest out of the top 3. Just like to blow him apart in terms of his width underneath himself. But that is a very, very high-quality, big-featured show sheep. 4 and 5, obviously, there's some discussion. I like to go with one that had the better composition in terms of his body from front to rear. He's big-backed, he's big-loined, and he's got a big upper hip. From his mid-rib forward is in the same sentence of those high-quality ones that we chatted to you about and have been chatting to you about for 2 days. He's just too narrow. He's too nondescript in his handle quality for me to move on up any higher. Young lady, you've done an excellent job this whole weekend, and you bring us one in your top 5 that highlights muscle, width, and substance at the ground. I think when it comes time for carcass merit, he's going to be high cutability, and I commend you on your hard work this summer. As far as the show ring setting, I just didn't think he was built in an organized, in a tidy enough fashion. Guys, that was an excellent class, a good trio. Choose them how you like them. I like that class winner a whole bunch. Congratulations.
And here's the results of Class 23 of our Division II Crossbred Market Lambs. Blue ribbon winners include Rinley Blumstead from Red Willow County, Ian Lawrenson from Otto County, Joey Stoltz, Madison County, Kaylee Carr, Webster County, Libby Beitner from Hall County. Ella Crumbless will kick off our purples from Clay County, Dakota Valek from Knox County. Third purple goes to Lauren Johnson of Lancaster County. Second purple is to Grayson Arbuck of York County. And congratulations to Kate Pieper from Scottsbluff County, your purple one out of Class 23. Entering the arena now is Class 24 of our Division II Crossbred Market Lambs. They weigh from 140 to 141.
a very deep class where numbers were very immense, and they're obviously challenging because maybe unlike prior classes, I think presentation and just skin and hydration and fill and just the number of animals and kids that come just ready to roll in this particular class was very challenging. Then we get a top trio of youngsters with their projects that I think are very, very good. But ultimately, it came down to a pair of them, and then once you step back from the side and call a spade, I think easily the best one's the big muscled one that my young man's done an excellent job presenting to me is my logical class winner. Obviously, not my speed, just in terms of the way his front end is designed. But I think once you take the blinders off, you easily find that he is unrivaled in terms of the openness to his back, the chunk to his center body, and how seamless he ties into the heel of his loin. His upper hip is unmatched in this particular setting, and I can promise you there might have been none that stands wider than him in this crossbred show. He does need to be better in terms of his blade. He does need to be higher at the base of his shoulder in relation to his upper hip. But I think simply put, once you total everything up, I think he's the easy class winner for me. Obviously, from a one-dimensional standpoint, you like the picture that this one takes because he has the comparative advantage over that class winner just in terms of how the front portion of his skeleton is organized. Outside of that, he comes at a distant second just in terms of his spread out of the base of his shoulders, the width in terms of his center body, and the lack of muscle from a stifle to stifle. But most importantly, I need to correct him in terms how his hip and hind leg is built. I need to lengthen out his hips, square up his hock whenever you assemble him from the side. But young lady, that's a very attractive, well-built animal that from a one-dimensional standpoint, I like a whole bunch. The one here in 3, young lady's done an excellent job as well. This one's fresh, athletic in terms of his shape, and still, once you study this one in terms of how one needs to be made, he's a very meats and potatoes type of a show sheep. I just didn't think he was extra in terms of his muscle. I didn't think he was out there in terms of having those parts and pieces that it takes to get into the top duo. But the one that has some muscle, has some shape, and has some width, and she's done a very good job of keeping him fresh for the show ring today. Maybe has the advantage point is your young ladies, whether here in 4th, over that one that we just discussed. This one, his more radical in terms of his shape and expression. Just didn't think that one's rear leg was constructed near good enough to go ahead and trump that one that we just talked to you about. My guy here has done an amazing job all weekend. He's showing one that is absolutely seamless going down through that one's back. Hey, this one's big racked, big loined, and still one of the bigger upper hips that we've seen in this particular setting. I just need to see that one's bone, feature, and foot match how expansive that one is up high. Good top 5, good class winner, exceptional kids. Congratulations to all.
Here's the results of Class 24 Division II Crossbred Market Lambs. Blue ribbon winners include Ryland Johnson from Kearney County, Augustin Brueggemann from Otto County, Drake Jogman from Hall County. Purple ribbon winners, Mahia Jones from Cherry County, Ian Lawrenson from Otto County. Purple 3 exhibited by Lily Spencer of Red Willow County. Purple 2 was exhibited by Kai Zeev of Holt County. And your first purple, congratulations to Crew Freeland from Saunders County. We're moving on to Division II Crossbred Market Lambs, Class 25. These market lambs weigh from 142 to 143.
I don't know. It says up there that we're in class 25, so we've seen 25 classes, and I don't know if I've ever been scared judging the show or not, but I'm glad I tied my shoes because this thing is scary. He was scary when you saw that thing come in with the chest width like that, and then and keeping that same width with his hock width going away, and then still, it's almost like you're showing pigs when that one took that 3/4 stroll around ringside and had that kind of muscle and width and rib cage and back shape. And still, when you get that thing propped up, he's scary looking from the side as well. That's the epitome of how one needs to be designed, from the top of his nostrils to his skulls to his ears to the way his blade sits on the upper portion of that one's framework. I can promise you he's one of the better petting ones that we've seen today. But most importantly, I think my favorite attribute on this guy is watching him float around the ring. That's, like I said, a real scary one to go ahead and start today, this particular class off with. Excuse me. Simply put, when this one came in, I was going to make some bold statements on, and I'm a big fan of this one. Because, just in terms of rib cage and a picture from the side, that's a very high-quality show sheep as well. He wants to get a little high in the spine. I know the young lady's aware of that, as she does absolutely phenomenal job trying to tell me that he doesn't. But that one needs to be more practical in his flank. That one needs a bigger hip and bigger muscles. But from a one-dimensional standpoint, that thing's in the same league as your class winner. I like that one a whole bunch, young lady. My guy here in third. I know you come to the Nebraska State Fair to show a big muscled wide one that's stout in terms of his features, and I can dig it because you can rival your class winner in those regards. I just need to see him better built to go ahead and put him in that top duo, and how he handles all that muscle and that package that he possesses. I'd like to lengthen out his hip. I'd like to level him out his hip organization as well. But most importantly, as you can see right now, his rear leg becomes a fraction vertical and restricted whenever you get him out on the go, as well as the park. I need to construct his back half in order to appreciate him and move him on up any higher. Fourth and fifth, you guys have done a very good job with your projects this summer. You found some with muscle, with some shape. We need to keep freshness and composition alive. They need to come in a trimmer, more athletic manner. Guys, that was an excellent class, an absolute game changer of a class winner on top. Congratulations.
This is our final class, Division II Crossbred Market Labs entering the ring. Class 26 weighs from 144 to 145. After this class, your champion Division II Crossbred Market Lamb will be selected. Here's the results coming out of Class 25. Blue ribbon winners include Tyson Shore of Buffalo County.
Elizabeth, can you get me some of those cookies down below?
Also blue ribbon winners are Ryland Johnson of Kearney County, Logan Olson of Hall County, Tylee Cox of Valley County. Second purple goes to Lindy Fillingham of Scottsbluff County. And first purple, congratulations to Kate Pieper of Scottsbluff County. Again, Class 26 is in the ring.
Well, as we keep increasing in weights, I think the quality nonetheless just keeps coming. And, like we said, a true testament to the 4-H program and the reputation here of the Nebraska State Fair, because, everything is going to be done at the most elite level. And this class in particular is a testament why. This is as good a pair as that we've had to see today. And although there's some trade-offs and give and take on what your preferences might be, I'm very happy with how I've got these two lined up. They're both similar in terms of their color, and I'm absolutely not one of those people that's going to scream that coloration's important on market lambs, but the show ring aesthetics are both very, very at a high standard on this pair. But I think the one that brings the most totals together, I keep coming back to, and that's the young ladies one directly in front of me. Just in terms of looking at one in terms of a silhouette, that one's the wild-bodied one that remains youthful in terms of extension up front. From that one, shoulder blade back, I think, or shoulder blade forward, has the comparable advantage of being not only more extended, but cleaner and more athletic in terms of how he's organized to his nose. And not only that, when you study that guy from his shoulder blade back, he might not be as big and broad as the back shape laid into him like the one here in second, but I think he's cleaner and more shapelier than that one that he goes ahead and wins. His loin is big and square. His upper hip is the same way, and I think it's that 3/4 angle, what you study him from his hock joint to his stifle and relationship to the bottom portion of his sternum. I think everything fits, and he is a very, very good show sheep that blends muscle with enough width, with a high quality look from the side. Good job, young lady. I like that one a bunch. My guy here in second, if you wanted to single trade on width and tell me that one that's directly in front of me right now is wider and more manlier than that one that we just labeled as your class winner, I can live with that, because his rib cage is overwhelming. His forerib is absolutely monstrous. And once you get inside of that one in terms of that rear shot from that one-dimensional view right here, he might be, from a one-dimensional standpoint, that thing's a stud buck from that aspect. It's just when you study him at a 3/4 angle or right up at my viewpoint right now, he's the most conventional in terms of his look. I'd like to bring out his hip length as well, but that's getting very, very picky of one that just in terms of one center body, rib cage alone and width is an outlier, not only in this class, but perhaps the whole show. The one here in third, I think, gets in a deep water and runs into two buzzsaws, but I commend the young man for finding one that's shapely, big-backed, and has a bunch of muscle. Just didn't think his bone and feature and toes matched his power and mass up high. Opposite story. I think this one's a big featured one that's strong in terms of his rear leg. I'd like to modify that one in terms of his rib cage and build from the 3/4 angle. My young lady is showing one that in terms of freshness and athletic shape is one of the higher quality ones in this setting. I just didn't think that one just had enough muscle and width to move on up any higher. Guys, good class, incredible pair on top. Going to be fun to sort things out.
Here's the results of Class 26, your final Division II Crossbred Market Lamb class. Blue ribbon winners includes Evelyn Sheets from Lincoln County, Maxwell McCann from Howard County, Kaylee Kopic from Wayne County. Purple ribbon winners include Carson Rober from Dakota County. Third purple goes to Landon Steinbach from Dodge County. Second purple is to Michael Lonkey, the third of Lancaster County. And congratulations to Grayson Arbach of York County, your first purple out of Division II, Class 26. The selection now will be taking place for our champion Division II Crossbred Market Lambs.
Well, before we fail to do so, parents, breeders, the team of these kiddos and their support staff, please put your hands together for not only these kids and their families, but for the staff here at Nebraska State Fair. This division is one that will be very memorable, not only just in terms of quality, but we've seen a lot of numbers, and it takes a lot of hard work to get them in and out of the ring, especially when paces of classes are variations of time. So hats off from top to bottom. Been a very, very fun division drive. Going to hit the highlights really, really fast. I promise that young lady's done an awesome job all weekend. She brings one that's big feature, big muscled, one that takes an incredible picture from the side, maybe comparing them to the ones that are a little bit bulkier in weight and shape, just didn't have enough width to maybe be in contention later on in your champion through third and out in this division. Young lady does an excellent job, brings one with a big back, big top side spread. Just didn't think that one's feature and outlying pieces were there to go ahead and run with that class winner. A very competitive class. I vividly remember out here in Class 2, elected to go with one that from a three-quarter angle had more top-side dimension, a bigger rib cage, a chunkier center with an appropriate hind leg, opposite speed over there on the second row, one that's more geeky in terms of its front-end design. Just didn't think that one's rear leg and soundness allowed him to go ahead and be labeled a class winner. Things cranked up a lot in Class 3. I thought there was a pair of them that were very, very good, but I thought the outlier was your young ladies, Hampshire appearing weather directly in front of me. I think that one resembles what we've been trying to do all day of finding the kind that are obnoxious in terms of their shape, big in terms of their muscle, but most importantly, if you study the hard stuff, and that's how that foundation's built on that animal, that one's square and dense at the ground, that one's high-headed in terms of how the weight and muscle is distributed throughout their body. There's more weight from his last rib back and less weight from his last rib forward. I'm not saying he is out there in terms of the silliest one maybe that we've seen all day that, if we're weighing their body weight, as far as the contest goes, that this one's the winner of that regards. But just in terms of one that has the right kind of look, an incredible amount of shape, an obnoxious amount of muscle, and still has an incredibly sound running gear, I like that one a whole bunch. I'm not going to tell you that one's just the best in terms of the way that one's shoulder designed either. We can pick on all of them, but I think that one is one that is very, very hard to duplicate year in and year out. That chromed up silver one over there in second, rivaled that one just in terms of rib cage quality alone. I just didn't think that one just was put together as seamlessly as that one that we just discussed. One out of Class 4. That was a challenging class, and there was a pair of them that were very, very opposite, but they were both very, very good. From that one, shoulder blade back, our class winner is a man in terms of his shape, his loin, and his upper hip. I can promise you, just in terms of a one-dimensional standpoint, there hadn't been a commercial ewe or a weather in today's ring -1 that has that kind of rear view and width from stifle to stifle. You just got to ask yourself, is that what a show sheep needs to look like from the side? For me, he gets a little conventional and jammed up in terms of his look up front. I would like to lift him up in terms of his shoulder height in relation to his upper hip. But if you want to chalk these things full of muscle, make them dominant in terms of their width coming and going and still keeping them sound and show steer like, I can dig this one all day long. Opposite speed is over there that pushed him. Like I said, that one has the high head. That one has the high shoulders. I just thought his rear leg was a notch too bendy for me to go ahead and move on up any higher. I love this class, and I love this pair and still do out of 5. Just in terms of following the type and kind like we've tried to find all day, that was one, maybe, I think it is the best pair that we've seen in this second division. The added shape and muscle and just feature and handle quality and just all the aesthetically pleasing attributes in this show sheep as your class winner excelled. That one that I'm also a fan of in second. That one from a three-dimensional standpoint is very surprisingly how busted open he maintains from the top portion of his back down through his upper hip, and still from a three-quarter view, he still progressively gets wider from front to rear and becomes a very proportionate, well-balanced animal that can still get out and move. I'm not so certain that one's just as well-balanced as some of the others. I'm not so certain that one is just as fluid getting around in the ring. He's a notch hesitant in terms of how he handles his front end, but I think on the park, on the stick, and at his natural state, that one's a shapely beast that still can provide some good enough looks. That thing over there had the advantage over your class winner from a one-dimensional standpoint. That thing's chest is up in his throat. He is straight-backed. He is big-backed, and he's got a good-looking silhouette from the side. Just didn't have that same shape and muscle and width that we find in your class winner. Guys, we just rounded up a heater of a class, and there was a pair of them that was awfully hard on me to divide, because where that one in second excels, maybe have a little bit of a flaw on your class winner, but that little bit of flaw ain't too much. I'm a big fan of this thing because what he brings to the table. You study how smooth and elegant this thing is walking around. This one is the best moving one, and kind of sets the standard for me in terms of the way one needs to move out there. His head remains high, his shoulder comes up in his skeleton, and in terms of the way his feet and legs operate, how he picks them up and puts them down is timeless and is very good, maybe the best we've seen in terms of one's foundation quality. He is big and bold in his center body, maybe not the wildest in terms of his rib cage, maybe not the most practical in his flank, maybe not the most unorthodox in terms of how high he is at the bottom portion of his chest floor. I would like to modify him there. He's not the shallowest, he's really not the deepest, but I think everything is parallel in terms of his lines, and everything fits on him. What I will tell you in terms of his spread up high, it is obnoxious big. I think it is seamless in terms of his handle quality and expression going down through his back, and I think it's very, very hard to do. He's not the widest, he's not the chunkiest, but I think when you start totaling these things up, he's definitely in contention just in terms of bringing show ring aesthetics to the table, that most importantly brings a set of running gear that knows how to go for days. There's a pair of them that I think are very, very similar. I think there's one that maybe has more outlying pieces that are still keeps the fundamentals in check. Gets a little closer for third overall. Guys, that was a heck of a division. I had to think extra hard. Excited to get in their heavyweights after our bathroom break. Please join me. Give these kids a hug. Give them a high five. Congratulate them. And we'll go get you a set of champions.
Congratulations, our champion Division II Crossbred Market Lamb exhibited by Kate Pieper of Scottsbluff County. Your reserve champion was Grayson Arbuck of York County, and your third place Division II Crossbred Market Lamb, again by Kate Pieper of Scottsbluff County. We're going to take a quick short break and we'll be back with the heavyweights. We're kicking off Class 27, the Division III Crossbred Market Lambs. These lambs come in 146 to 148. There are 5 classes in the Division III. After that, the selection of your champion Division III Crossbred Market Lamb, and then the overall champion Crossbred will take place. Immediately after that, don't forget the final drive gets underway at 4 o'clock this afternoon. There'll be some 4-H recognition happening before that, starting right around 3:30. But a great opportunity to celebrate all our 4-Hers for all the species that were showed this weekend at the Nebraska State Fair.
Good class, and if this first class is any indication of what we're going to see throughout the 4 remaining classes in your heavyweight crossbred division, we're still going to find crossbred show sheep that are youthful, athletic, and very deserving of belonging up here in the show ring setting at your guys' state fair. I think the one that wins, I think does so in convincing fashion for me. I think it's this particular viewpoint that I'm at currently that kind of seals the deal, that he's my logical class winner. I think, as the 3/4 angle, he's as wide and as burly as the width that we've seen within this particular setting. He is big. backed, and he is Mongo ribbed. And he's still fresh and seamless how he goes to his loin. And still, one of the unique components is his ability to remain comfortable as he trots around the ring. I'm not going to sell you on the fact that that's the best built animal that we've seen today, or his shoulders just the tidiest, but I think pound for pound, that's a very, very good animal that's shapely, that's muscular, and has some good looks about him and still sound. Congratulations to that young man. That's the right kind of show sheep right there. Young lady's bringing us one that opposite speed, but I still like a whole bunch. This one is a Mack truck wide. This one is fat-backed and big-ended. And still, one of the unique components of this guy is how there's no deviation from the out seams of his forerib to the lower point of his shoulder blade. I just need to modify him in terms of his hip and hind leg. I need to square him up off each end and make him more agile coming and going. The one here in third's no slouch. And if you like that one's handle quality, touch, and shape, you can go ahead and move him on up a placing because he is big backed, he is seamless loin, and he is one that's expressive in terms of his creases. I think as the top trio concluded, he was easily the flattest and plainest in terms of his overall makeup, and as a consequence, he's the narrowest chested one as we round out your guys' top three. Big muscles and a big handle was something that we can use to describe this one in fourth, and the young lady does an excellent job of finding a heavyweight project that highlights muscle and athletic shape. I just didn't think all that muscle and athletic shape matched with his juvenile feature and foot size at the ground. Just need to see everything match up high and down low. We're going to round out your top five with one that's a Hampshire appearing crossbred wether that is high-headed, he is long-bodied, and he has a great set of feet and legs. I just didn't think as we round out your top five I could move him on up any higher. He gets a little easy in his back. He gets a little plain and nondescript in terms of his handle quality once going in for closer inspection. Guys, that was a good way to kick off your guys' heavyweight crossbred show. Congrats to all those kids.
Our next class to come in, Class 28 of Division III Crossbred Market Lambs. Class 28, 149 to 152 in weight. In the meantime, here's your results coming out of Class 27. Blue ribbon winners include Ryland Johnson of Kearney County, Addison Etchen from Dakota County, Alex Meyer, Buffalo County, Jaden Thompson, Valley County, Claire Fisher, Buffalo County. Purple ribbon winners are Addison Lawrenson of Otto County, Lawson Wagner from Dodge County. Third purple is to Aubrey Beinletter from Phelps County. Second purple, Addie Stanwyck of Cumming County. And your first purple, congratulations out of Class 27, Keegan Kirshner of Lincoln County. Again in the ring now is Class 28, weighing 149 to 152.
another outstanding class and phenomenal group of kiddos nonetheless. And to me, I think it comes down between a pair of them. And of the pair, I think there was one that just kind of daylights his contemporary group below him, just in terms of muscle, in terms of width, in terms of feature, and just all the masculine ESTs that you could ever put on one. I think that one kind of does it. He is more conventional in terms of his neck. He is more, just unorthodox in terms of the way his shoulder lies on his skeleton. But I think from his shoulder back, from his hip bones to to his dew claws, I think everything is built seamlessly. That's a masculine man that knows how to get out and move off each end of his body. I think the one that, just kind of has a comparative advantage over your class winner in terms of build is this one in second. That one is the one that has that front end assembled like I wish we found in your class winner. He is more shapely and expressive to his touch and to his back than your class winner. But I think from the back half of his body, we just simply need more muscle. He needs a bigger hip, needs a bigger stifle joint, and more practical in terms of his belly and flank. But, guys, that's a wild-looking one from his front half of his body. You can jumble these things 3 through 5 and 6 through 7, however you guys want. I like the muscle and width and feature of the one here in third. I like its handle quality as well. I just didn't think that one was tidy and built as seamlessly that we find in the duo on top. The one in fourth, my guy brings us a big muscled one that's hard and expressive to the touch. Just didn't think his loin was as built as fluid in him. Not only that, I need to pick him up in terms of his pastern strength as well. My guy here is doing an excellent job of showing one that I think just in terms of his build alone, I've got him in the top 5 very easily. As you round out your guys' top 5, he don't have near enough muscle to get him on up any higher. Good class, great set of kids. Please put your hands together as they exit.
Here's the results coming out of Class 28. Blue ribbon winners will include Oliver Howard of Scottsbluff County, Marshall McCann from Howard County, Taylor Sabin from Cass County. Purple ribbon winners are Miles Fisher of Buffalo County. Third purple goes to Kaylee Gach of Buffalo County. Second purple, Lindy Fillingham of Scottsbluff County. And congratulations, Jordan Muscle will be your first purple out of Gage County for Class 28 Division III Crossbred Market Lambs.
another high quality class of these big crossbreds, and we still find a good top five, a really good pair on top. That are still athletic and lean and shapely and sound and youthful. They're just good, big, high quality crossbred wethers. And at this weight, I commend the youngsters and their crews for their efficiency on keeping these things athletic, lean, and shapely. I guess for me, there was no ever hesitation that within this particular setting that the class winner wasn't going to just surpass his contemporary group just about in every angle. If you want to judge this class on muscle, I think he can win. If you want to judge it on build alone, he definitely wins. But for me, obviously, it's the combination when you could put that kind of muscle and width and spread up high in a silhouette that looks like that, that still has the ability to remain good in terms of his agility off each end. High quality one out here in your heavyweight crossbred weather class. Taking nothing away from this one here in the second. I think, if this one has plenty of fans around ringside or online, I can see that because he rivals that class winner just in terms of a one-dimensional look. He's one that is deadly in terms of his the straightness of his back. His head carriage is absolutely ideal, the way it fires at a 90-degree angle off the top portion of his skeleton. His face and cheek and head carriage is absolutely to the nines, and he is big and expressive whenever you start petting that thing. I guess for me, the dividing point was for how big and burly is that thing is up high and shapely. It was that initial viewpoint of him coming in, for as big and opened up as he is out of the base of his back, he progressively wants to close up in terms of his stance underneath himself. The one here in 3, I have no issues with. If you wanted to put that one over that one we just discussed and say that one's got more genuine width and more substance of bone at the ground. But I'll sell you on the fact that even though he is good built, I would like to modify him in terms of his hip and hind leg. His rear leg sits at a vertical angle versus having the proper bow and bend to deem him in a sound, athletic manner when there's a duo of them that's sound and flexible. I think muscle and back shape are highlights that the young man brings us in this particular weather. He's big featured and sound as well. I just thought as you start studying this thing and started dissecting each and every one of them, he left us as the most plain and nondescript in terms of his look and how he's assembled in the front half of his body. I think length and extension, the young lady brings us one that in terms of length of hind saddle and cutability, she needs to be commended for finding a project and bringing it to this year's fair that has those attributes and advantages. I just didn't think for the show ring setting that one read as appropriate in terms of the angle to his shoulder. I didn't think his neck set at the appropriate angle on the upper portion of his skeleton as well. But tough class, good class winner on top, a second place that pushed him pretty good. Good job, kids. Congratulations to all.
Here's the results of Class 29 Division III Crossbred Market Lambs. Blue ribbon winners: Kaisley Hunke of Cumming County, Ansley Woltman of Box Butte County, Kinley Etchen of Dakota County, Kaylee Carr from Webster County. Purple ribbon winners are Landon Steinbach from Dodge County, Brennan Mickey from Hamilton County. Third purple, Brixton Andrew from Nemaha County. Second purple is Allison Vavracek of Colfax County. And congratulations to Cassini Crow of Seward County, your first purple out of Class 29. In the ring now is Class 30 Division III Crossbred Market Lambs. There is one more class after this, the selection of your champion Division III Crossbred Market Lamb and then your overall champion Crossbred. Class 30 comes in weighing 156 to 160.
another high quality class and an outstanding group of young people. And I think we find a trio that makes it challenging on a guy because, you know, as expected, as we start increasing in weights, we start to battle some condition and composition and roadblocks. But I think the one that, you know, just comes out and just has the right kind of shape and athletic expression and still being lean and high cut ability is your young man's big muscled one directly in front of me. I will never try to sell you on the fact that he is better built than the one here in second. You know, maybe it's his added shape and maybe it's the posture of his rear leg that just excels him of the group. But not only that, I think it's the way he's organized and his composition in terms of his fat content, his touch, his expression, still tells me that he's a high-quality show sheep and still belonging in the show ring setting for this weight. The one here in second, I think, just in terms from one-dimensional standpoint, is the attractive type of a show sheep that we've been trying to find. Compositionally, I'd like to trim him up in terms of his fat content, but not only that. It was my decision that, you know, if we started stripping that fat content, how much genuine muscle and shape and width would this particular guy have? And I think that was the holdup and why I elected to go him in the number 2 position. Young lady does an excellent job showing this Hampshire influenced weather in third, but he is big muscled, fresh to the touch, and one that has a big back laid in him from his front to his rear. I thought as your top trio rounded out, I thought he was the most conventional and most generic in terms of his look and build. Not only that, I need to reconstruct and reorganize the way his hind leg sits underneath the skeleton. If you wanted to just single trade on muscle and width, you find this Hampshire influenced weather and run the whole way and drive over the speed limit and not stop, because he can do that and do it up to a high degree. There's none in this class that has that kind of back, that kind of rear end, and that kind of width underneath himself. But I think that story gets told whenever you get that on the go. He's just not handling all that width and masculine shape and components in a fluid, athletic manner. The one here in fifth is big handling, good touching, and very expressive. He's high cut ability for the young lady, and in terms of length of body standpoint, I think he excels. I just need to see him, you know, come more manly and stouter from top to bottom and end to end. Guys, a very competitive class. You guys have done an awesome job keeping these weathers, even though they're heavy, they're all athletic, they're shapely. For the most part, they're lean and very deserving to be in the show ring. Congratulations to all y'all kids.
It is our final class of the Market Lamb Show. Hard to believe. It's been a great day for these youth. Thank you so much to our judge and all the work that he's done. He still has a whole lot more to do yet. But we've got class 31, and this is our final class of Division III Crossbred Market Lambs. 164 to 176 is the weight. Then we'll be bringing in for the selection of our champion Division III Crossbred Market Lambs, and then the champion Crossbred. Just a reminder to everybody, all Grand Reserve and third place division winning Market Lambs will compete for overall Market Lamb in the 4-H final drive this afternoon at 4 o'clock in the ring behind me. Here's your results coming out of Class 30. Blue ribbon winner is Briley Mickey from Hamilton County, Catherine Rasmussen, Buffalo County, Kenna Gentrup from Cumming County, Morgan Boniface, Hamilton County, Lydia Jokman from Hall County, Tanner Stoltz from Madison County is a purple. A blue ribbon goes to Ebony Tripe of Clay County. Your third purple is to Ella Crumblis of Clay County. Second purple exhibited by Victoria Chomke of Phelps County. And congratulations to Bryden Redden of Lincoln County, your first purple out of Class 30. Just a reminder, if you got those red cards, now's the time to fill out the QR. Get them also either punched here by the show ring or in the office. When you show that you have completed that QR code, it gets you a free scoop on us at the State Fair 4-H building.
last class in your heavyweight crossbred division, and I visited with some of the youngsters that they were saying these were big sheep, and I agree. But I think everybody has done a very, very good job of feeding them and keeping them very, very much deserving of coming out here and competing for this year's state fair. I thought the one that just kind of combined youthfulness and still being trim and athletic is your young man's darker featured one right here in front of me. He is still big and shapely up high. He's still youthful in terms of his front end design. You could pick on him and say you need to modify him in terms of his hip and hind leg, and I wouldn't argue too much. But I think from his flank forward and his top down, I think he's a big, shapely guy that's still lean and athletic in terms of his ease of go. Young lady, I've enjoyed visiting with her the last 2 days. She says she's got some big sheep, and he's not too big. I think that he's still very belonging and very deserving to be out here, and you've done a good job of managing this thing. You guys can see around the ringside that this thing is big and ditched up, going down through his back. From his flank forward, he's shallow-chested and tall-fronted and has the right kind of shoulder blade laid into him, and I commend the young lady for promoting that kind of show sheep. I just need to modify him in terms of his hip angle. He wants to taper just ever so slightly out of the base of his hip. Most importantly, I need to fix his hind leg. He's got the inability to get out and just find that extra gear and reach off the back half of his body. Maybe that's where this one excels, because this one is the sounder one in terms of comparing the two. I just thought as the top trio wore on, he was the more generic one in terms of having those outline pieces it takes to get into the dot duo. Handle quality. My guy does a very, very good job of presenting this one. This one does presented all and dressed up to the nines. The skin and touch is very, very good for a big sheep. I just didn't think he was as organized in a tidy enough manner or built as clean compositionally as those ones that we discussed prior. We're going to round out your guys' crossbred class with some that highlight length and extension. I think maturity might come into play as we're getting some added fat content compositionally, but you guys have done a very, very good job this year with your heavyweight projects. Good class. Congrats to all y'all kids.
Here's your results of Class 31 of our Division III Crossbred Market Lambs. Blue ribbon winners, Colby Carmen, Buffalo County. Morgan Boniface, Hamilton County. Isaac Brueggemann from Otto County is a purple. Purple ribbon to Gentry Frederickson of Cumming County. Third purple will go to Addison Reuter of Scottsbluff County. Second purple is to Ashley Robertson of Perkins County. And first purple, congratulations, representing Class 31, Knox Robertson of Perkins County. Get ready to bring in for the selection of our champion Division III Crossbred Market Lambs. Big, huge thank you as well, folks. If you could share some love and some round of applause for our judge today. Jordan Ambergy's been with us the last 2 days doing an amazing job. He's still got a lot of work in front of him as he selects his champion Division IIIs and then on to the champion Crossbred. And as a reminder, all Grand Reserve and third place division winning market lambs will compete for the overall market lamb in our 4-H final drive coming up at 4 o'clock in the Beef Arena behind me.
Well, folks, if you're still around ringside and up here at the moment, please show your appreciation to these kids, the parents, their breeders, the staff. This has been a very, very rewarding heavyweight crossbred drive for the fact that we've highlighted big crossbred wethers that, the kiddos, the exhibitors, and the parents and the breeders have still made youthful. They're trim in terms of their composition. They're still athletic, but most importantly, they're sound and functional. And to me, those are the most important attributes when you start studying these heavyweight show sheep. Not going to talk every one of them because I know time is of essence, but to me, I think it comes down between a pair of them. And I think although they're different in terms of how they're constructed from front to rear, I think they're easily the two better ones. And I think once we find those two, it's pretty apparent that there is one that I think is more exotic in terms of his look and build and still has an ample amount of muscle and shape and expression. He's one that's ditched back. He's curvy in terms of his stifle shape, and he's got an awesome set of feet and legs. There's another one that is just an absolute man-child in terms of width, an absolute beast in terms of back shape and muscle, and still gives you a good look from the side. Pick your poison. I know the flavor that I kind of like and have kind of gravitated towards, when I judge or all my life, and I know the type and kind I think is valuable at home. I love both of these two, and I love them up a great deal. Guys, I'll go show you the two I like in order, and we'll spend a little bit more time grabbing your third out heavyweight cross, and then we'll move and shake into your overall crossbred drive. Give it up for these kids and their team along the fence. It's been an excellent crossbred show.
Congratulations, your champion Division III Crossbred Market Lamb. Exhibited by Cassini Crow, reserve champion is Jordan Muscle, and third place will go to Allison Vavracek. We're getting ready to bring in for the champion Crossbred. And just note, all Grand Reserve and third place division winning Market Lambs will compete for the overall Market Lamb in the final drive coming up here at 4 o'clock. Entering the ring now will be your selection of your champion crossbred. Your champion reserve and third plate crossbred will be sticking around to be a part of the final drive coming up here at 4 o'clock. And as always, a thank you to Cashway Distributing. They've been the sponsor all day of our division champions, and Farmers Cooperative of Dorchester. Thank you as well for your division reserve sponsorships throughout today.
Well, one of the biggest crowds that I've kind of noticed around ringside, and rightfully so. Guys, before we forget, put your hands together to show your appreciation for these kids, the staff of Nebraska State Fair, everybody involved in this Crossbred show. It's been absolutely phenomenal. The last time that you'll hear me ramble before tonight, but kids, if you're not out here, you're not involved tonight, or parents or breeders, if you're going home and not staying or choosing not to stay, one, that's a little silly in my standards, but two, don't forget to thank the staff. Thank the people here at Nebraska State Fair, because I could promise you the way this has been managed and organized, from everything from the time I got off the plane, from the time that I'll leave tonight, has been absolutely like a business. I could ramble on for days on the gratitude and respect I have for the people here in Grand Island. Do me a favor. You can think I'm silly. You can think I'm incompetent. But thank these guys here at Nebraska State Fair. It's obvious. I know people around ringside, I see in the industry, and they can attest of how well this show is managed. So from my heart, thank you guys. I know it's kind of a thankless job time and time again, but it's very hard to put on an event, but to do it to this magnitude I think is something special. For the Crossbreds, that lightweight started out the day or started out the division, and he had a little attitude about him, because him and that puppy at home really don't jive, I guess the young lady sounds like. But that's a very high-quality show sheep that fits me up to a great deal. His rib cage is awesome. His back is Mongo big, and he's got an incredible set of feet and legs. He's short-toed. He's up on his pasterns. His hydration, his feel, his presentation, whoever's behind that one sure knows what they're doing, because that one came here to win that Crossbred division, and he did so, and he daylighted it pretty handily, in my opinion. You have to, weigh him against his heavier contemporaries and just kind of play the checks and balances system, and that's kind of the logical thing, at least for me to do when we got two heavier ones out here as well. That lightweight, cute little guy, he's wacky in terms of his look. He's one of the more exotic ones out here in terms of his build and silhouette. I like that guy a good deal. My guy out here has done a good job all for the past 2 days. That's a big, shapely one with the right kind of look and silhouette. That's one's got a bright future. I can promise you that thing can win somewhere down the road. That middleweight division was absolutely awesome. I know I spent a little bit of time trying to work those things over and over again. I thought there was 3 of them that just surfaced real good. Then it came down to a pair of them. They're so similar yet so different. I think one is big-backed as any. One is as creasy and shapely as any, and then there's one that pushed him that maybe isn't as shapely and clean and expressive back, but maybe broader and more expansive in terms of his back shape laying over his rib cage. Both are ginormous in terms of their feature. They're both impeccable in terms of how their feet and legs are designed, and they both have that kind of silhouette that I'm after, as far as being proportionate and angular in terms of their body shape. Their ribs are round, they're short in regards to their length, and I think that dictates and promotes that kind of look that I like in terms of that one-dimensional picture view. I think there's minor differences in that pair, and we're not going to discuss them. I thought both of them had a little bit of shoulder blade issues, but both were very, very, very elite show lambs. The heavier, taking nothing away from my guy doing an amazing job there, that was third out. Big muscles, radical shape. Maybe not as opened up like we find in those two we just discussed, but that was a very, very competitive show sheep that could definitely win a lot of crossbred divisions across the Midwest. We just wrapped up in the land of the giants of the big sheep. I thought, it came down between a pair of them that were very, very deserving of representing the big boys. I thought the one that just fit me was obviously my champion. He's what we've we've been trying to find, no matter if it's the lightweights, the middleweights, or whatever breed that we've worked through today. That one's look and that one's build parked is absolutely incredible. If you have to ask yourself, is he as wide as some of the others out here? Nope, he's not. Is he just as burly and busted open with shape? He's not that either. But that kind of look never goes out of style. Thank you for that young lady for bringing one that's that kind of speed from a one-dimensional standpoint. The other one that's rivaled that one was the big muscled wide one that is so masculine. I can promise you there's not a one that stands wider, that's that big a cage, that big backed, and that big ended. I just like and prefer that one's look that I used over that one. If you want to flip-flop and tie into width and just masculine shape, you can do that, and I wouldn't arm wrestle you too much. That third out I thought was intriguing. For being that big, he's lean, shapely, and expressive with the right kind of look. Congratulations to that young lady. As we start studying these things, I was kind of thinking in that chair, what's a guy going to do here? I had to work pretty hard in this crossbred division. I thought everything from the Dorsets to the Whiteface to the Blues to the Hamps, there was a very, very distinct outliers that are very, very memorable. The Crossbred division, I had to work my tail off, I think, to get this lineup and really be convicted my ways and what I prioritize and what I value. That being said, I'm very, very comfortable with my decisions. I'll go show you the three I like in order. Very, very excited to get the breeds out tonight to compare to your Crossbreds. But that being said, remember to thank your ring help, thank your parents, and thank the staff out here at the Nebraska State Fair. It's been a very, very fun 2 days. Congrats to all y'all kids.
Congratulations to Kate Pieper of Scottsbluff County, your champion crossbred. Congratulations, Grayson Arbuck from York County was your reserve champion crossbred. And our third place crossbred, Cassini Crow. We'll be back at 4 o'clock, folks, right behind us for the final drive. Encourage everybody who's available to come watch and cheer on these kids. They've done a great job of showing the last couple of days.